Good afternoon, everyone. It is now 5:01 p.m., and I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Almani Union High School District. Dr. Zuniga, if he will take roll.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, everyone. Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
Member Quiwin.
Here.
Member Dr. Maritza Galaviz.
Present.
Member Dr. Luis Guzman is not present at the moment. And Member Francisco Briones.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. This time, Mr. Legal Counsel, if you read us into closed session.
Mr. President, the items for closed session this evening is shown on Section A, subsection 2 of the agenda. Closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 35146, stipulated expulsion or other disciplinary action for one student. That was item A. Item B, Government Code Section 54957B1, public employee employment for assistant principal, Almani Rosemead Adult School. Item C, under 54956.9D2 and E1, potential litigation, one matter, and under Government Code Section, item D, under Government Code Section 54957, public employee discipline dismissal release, 7 matters, and finally, item E, under Government Code 54957.6, labor negotiations for EMUHSD. And those are the items for today's closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Legal Counsel. Dr. Zuniga, do we have any public comments for closed session items?
No, sir.
All right, at this time, the board will recess into closed session. We will return at 6 p.m. or as close to 6 p.m. Oh, and just to note, Dr. Guzman has joined us. We will recess into closed session, and we will reconvene in open session at 6 or as close to 6 as possible. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. The board is now reconvening out of closed session. This time, Dr. Zuniga, if you'll take roll call.
Yes, thank you, Board President. Good evening, everyone. We'll start off with Member Ricardo Padilla.
Here.
Member Qui Nguyen.
Here.
Member Dr. Maritza Galaviz.
Present.
Member Dr. Luis Guzman.
Present.
Member Francho Briones.
Present.
Everyone is present, and just to go on record, our student board member will be starting in August.
Thank
Two
you.
board members, excuse me, two student board members.
So we have a full complement of the board with the exclusion of our student trustee, as well as we have a full complement of the executive cabinet and legal counsel. Okay, moving right along, we are moving on to our flag salute. I'd like to welcome up Diego Habana from El Monte High School, our new El Monte High School alumni, or alum, to lead us in the flag salute. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'd like to have Diego remain there for a second. As many of you know, if you watch the board meetings, we have traditionally have had a parent or member of the community or even students come up and lead us in the flag salute and open up. So it's an honor to have Diego, who just recently graduated from El Monte High School. He also was part of our Student Advisory Council, which is the Superintendent Student Advisory Council, which meets monthly with the superintendent. And has 4 students representing each of schools too. So we have about 22 students, and it's exciting to have him back. You know, you weren't gone, you were gone for too long, and you're back already. But we're just proud to see you move on and seeing the good things you're going to do accomplish. Whether you're pursuing 4 years, 5 years, 10 years from now, and continue your education and your future endeavors. So. We have just a short presentation. I'd like to recognize you with a certificate of recognition for being here and also just your recent accomplishment of graduation. But it's a special moment also because we had one of our district administrators say, there's a student at El Monte High School who I've really connected and has showed me a lot about what student needs are relative to technology. So our director or our chief information officer who oversees technology is here today. He's going to be providing you some something, and as well as just to provide you some background about why he selected you to be the representative today too. Okay, so I want to welcome Mr. Steelman to be here, and then we'll go from there.
All right. So it's very rare that I, as the Chief Technology Officer, get the opportunity to honor our students when I don't technically get to work directly with them. So I work very indirectly with all of our students. So the why this came about is Diego showed off some really amazing advocacy leadership qualities that I wanted to highlight about basically in a post-COVID environment. We've had to make a lot of changes to technology. And so I'll make announcements to students and staff, letting them know of enhancements that we're doing and security changes. And about 2 years ago, I made some changes to Chromebooks where we had to lock down some of the applications that students basically had access to. And I received an email from Diego, and I believe he phrased it as, somebody's not doing their job, right? So, and our students are our #1 customers. I appreciate him putting me on blast, because that's, hey, I want to hear from our students. I actually get more offended when something that I've done has made a change, and now it's blocking and preventing students from being able to do what they need to do on their devices. So what I didn't realize was over his career with us, right, I got more and more emails, and typically students don't reach out to me directly, right? And so he was advocating for different applications for other classes. He was advocating for, most recently, for a grant application or a grant website where he needed to have access, and unfortunately our filter was blocking it. What I didn't put it together until just last month was, this is the same student that has been advocating the entire time. And when I searched his name, I realized he's messaged me about 10 times, right? And then we had a nice little interaction, and I said, something to the effect of, hey, you got one last request in before you're going on to Cal State LA, which we're really excited. And so I reached out to his principal, Mr. Eddie Cuevas, and I asked him, I said, hey, actually I sent him a text and I said, hey, what do you know about Diego? And he called me very quickly and he said he's a great kid, what did he do? Because there's normally that's not a good interaction. Why are you calling me about him? And I said, no, he's doing a really great job. He's advocating. He's doing a ton of great work for the school. And then when I found out about his background with the school site council, the ASB, all these various involvements, I think the community schools, he was a representative on that too. Student athletes, cross-country star, and so it just became very natural that we wanted to honor him in a really great way. And so also 3.9 GPA, all right? Top 10% of his graduating class. Pretty awesome. So I'm gonna turn it over to our board and then we're gonna give him a little something for all that advocacy.
Thank you. Diego, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than we have amazing students here at El Monte Union, and I'm really excited for you. What are you going to be studying at Cal State LA?
Child development.
So you're going to come back and be a teacher. Nice, awesome. Congratulations. Looking forward to your graduation, becoming a Golden Eagle from Cal State LA as well. I just want to share something really quick on behalf of the board. We have this certificate of recognition here for you. It says, for your contributions to El Monte High School as a student leader, and for leading the flag salute at our board meeting today. Your hard work and perseverance serve as an inspiration to your peers and our entire school community. We celebrate your accomplishments and look forward to your continued success. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. And lastly, I do want to share, as we always do, when we present these certificates, we also have a lapel pin for you. Wear it with pride and always remember you come from El Monte. Be proud of that. Thank you.
So we've also got a little something for Diego as he's going on to Cal State LA. We wanted to make sure that you've got some school supplies, so we've got a nice little gift card here for Target. All students going to college need to represent their college, so the Golden Eagle. And last but not least, since Diego was such a great technology advocate, I reached out to a really great partner of ours, Ari Jones, who supplies a lot of the computers to our students and staff, and I said, hey, we have this amazing kid. We really want to send him off to college and make sure that he's prepared for all 4 years, and so they donated a really nice laptop for you for your 4 years.
Give your family here.
I'd like to thank everybody that showed up for me and that talked about me today. I really appreciate you and everything you do for the school. Just thank you a lot for the wonderful 4 years we've had, and thank you a lot for the changes that you've brought to our community. Thank you.
So at this time, we'll invite our photographer to come up and take some photos. Another round of applause for Diego, please.
Good job, Diego.
All right. Moving on to item number 3, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda as submitted?
Move to approve agenda for today, Wednesday, June 11, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. I will make the second with an amendment that we move the recognition of Franciscana up to right after the approval of the May 21st, 2025 special meeting minutes.
I'll second the motion as stated by President Florencio Briones.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded with that amendment. There's no objection. All those in favor of adopting the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? See none, the agenda is approved. Item number 4, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for May 7th, 2025 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to
I'll
approve.
second.
Moved by Trustee Dr. Galaviz, seconded by Trustee Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 4, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 4 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 5, consider approval of Board of Trustees meeting minutes for May 21st, 2025 special meeting. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by Trustee Padilla. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Dr. Galaviz. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 5, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 5 is approved by a 5-0 vote. This time, we'll move on to item number 7, recognition of Francis Ganas, hearing officer for the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Dr. Zuniga.
Thank you, Board President Briones. To give you some context on what we do with the flag salute recognition, but this is also an opportunity during this time of the agenda to recognize members of our school community, and that also includes any of the individuals that provide services to our students throughout the school year. And traditionally, we have parent recognition today, but we thought it was an opportunity for us to look at our partners and see the accomplishments that we have completed over the year with the support of the first individual that I'm going to bring up is Ms. Franciscana. So if you are in the audience, I haven't had a chance to see you. I know there you are standing over here. If you could just make your way up here. You don't have to stand in the podium, but you're over here. I'm also going to invite our Director of Pupil Services, who works closely with Ms. Ganas, to come here, and also he's going to provide, because he has the direct contact, and also one of the individuals that has said, what about our folks who help us out with our families and students too. So Mr. Leon will be saying a few words about the role and responsibility, and really the support that we have as a district and the benefit that we have as a district to have Ms. Contos here throughout the school year too. So Mr. Leon, we have the microphone. I'm going to use it over there.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It is my great honor and pleasure to be here to help acknowledge a person that has become very special and a friend over the years. Francis Ganas has been a integral and major part of our attendance intervention. She's there alongside with us to support and advocate for students in need, families in need. She not only supports our district here, but all the local surrounding districts here in this greater El Monte area and beyond. I know that whenever any of our staff think about trying to help a family and resources are needed, her number is always one of the first ones that pops up. So I don't want to be long-winded. I can express the deep gratitude and appreciation that we have for everything that you do for every single one of our students. Thank you.
If the board will join me down on the floor. So I'm going to keep this really short and sweet for you because I know others have a little bit more to share since they have a lot more experience working with you. But Francis, I want to present this certificate to you on behalf of the Board of Trustees in heartfelt appreciation of your instrumental support and unwavering dedication to the Student Support Services team here at El Monte Union High School District. Your commitment to uplifting students, empowering families, and strengthening our community has made a lasting impact. Your compassion, collaboration, and advocacy have helped create a supportive environment where all students thrive. Congratulations to you today, June 11, 2025, on behalf of the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. And again, as always, we have a beautiful lapel pin for you to wear with pride.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'll open it up to my colleagues to share a few remarks. If we could keep it to under a minute and a half, 2 minutes.
I don't know so much about you, but I've heard so much. And, thank you very much for your service, your dedication, your compassion serving our community. And this means a lot to, the community like us. So from bottom of my heart, we accept our gratitude.
Just want to say a quick thank you for everything that you do for our community. I think since the pandemic, student services, supporting students in those kind of ways through mental health and all those different other pathways is like an integral part of our everyday life in school now. So my sincerest gratitude for the work you're doing.
Francis, I'll keep it short as well. I just want to thank you for the partnership and the support that you provide. I think it's so critical, the safety net that you provide our district. You make us feel like we're definitely not alone when we need extra support for our students. And so I really want to thank you because I know it's not an easy job. You don't always have all the resources that you need. And sometimes it seems overwhelming, but you've done such an amazing job for our district and support. So thank you for that.
I just want to thank Mr. Alejandro Leon. I know there's two people that we're recognizing. These are two of the best people we have brought forward to recognize for the work that they do with so many of our at-promise students. But for Francis, thank you so much for the work that you do on a number of committees and a number of programs that we partner up with the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Not only do you work with our district, but you work throughout the San Gabriel Valley. And you are there to advocate and to give resources to our at-promise students. Thank you for the ACT program, the Abolish Chronic Truancy program, where you talk to students and families about the importance of attendance and how kids that come to school do better than kids that don't come to school. And you tell them about some of the naughtiness that can happen with some kids if we don't do early intervention. Thank you for the SART, the one-to-one meetings where you invite the people to a group meeting. Abolish Chronic Truancy is a group meeting like this where she does a presentation. But unfortunately, there are some parents who still don't get it. So then Francis, Ms. Ganas, has to meet with them one-on-one with their children. I have worked with her close to 15 years in my child welfare department with the neighboring school district, and she's amazing. She holds parents accountable, but she does it with love. It's not just a hearing where they're going to give you a scolding. It's kind of a conversation, a very serious conversation about children's futures and what resources we can give to their children to get them back on track. Thank you for ACT. Thank you for SART. Thank you for SARB, the School Attendance Review Board. It's progressive. You kind of start big and then an individual meeting and another individual meeting. And then you're great. Frances goes out of her way to connect with students. She has adopted several students in one of our local high schools, including some students that might be recent hires during Christmas. I know she doesn't like me saying this, but I want to say it because people need to know the work that you just do just because of your big heart that you have for our students. Thank you for adopting students for Christmas that don't have the resources, newcomers. Thank you for supporting our students during graduation where you will take them out and buy them, things out of your own money, your own pocket. You do it quietly. And, just recently you adopted the two newcomers that came here from asylum from a certain country. They were staying at a motel, the Sierra Inn, and you just do those things quietly. You're kind of like an angel here on earth for so many kids. And at a professional level, thank you for the work that you do in both districts. I cannot ask more of you. You've gone above and beyond and have done what you need to in this world to help our youth. Thank you. Anybody who helps our youth, the teacher, counselor, hearing officers, and provides resources for our kids, I'm indebted to you for the time that I'm here on earth. Thank you. I appreciate your professionalism and your work.
Before I turn the microphone over to you, I do want to say thank you. You know, the work that you do, it's very critical to ensure that our students don't end up in that, you know, school to prison pipeline, that those students that are at Promise don't become justice involved. You know, and I think you are one of those resources that so often we sometimes overlook without thinking about it, but I'm glad that you're here, and to echo my colleague's sentiment, we definitely need more angels like you here on earth. Thank you for all that you do for our community. It's a pleasure of mine and my colleagues to recognize you here today. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course.
Handing it over. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I just want to really say my appreciation to everyone that I've worked with. This is a great district to work with, and I love coming to work and being able to share everything together as a team, because it really does make a difference for our families. So thank you. Thank you. I have my wife with me. I have my 4 children and my granddaughter. Sure. Thank you.
All right, we're all going to stay down here since we have 2 more recognitions. So at this time, we're going to move on. And congratulations, Francis, one more time. Thank you for being here. At this time, we'll move back up to item number 6, a recognition of district parent volunteers for their service during the 2024-2025 school year. Dr. Zuniga, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, and I'll try to keep it short as far as the introduction, but again, this is an annual event that we're very proud of. A few years back, as one of the goals was to establish parent engagement and increase it, not only establish, but continue to increase at the high school level. We all know that it's challenging to bring parents onto the high schools because kids are getting older, right? They're now teenagers, and a lot of kids tell me, like, I don't want my parents on campus. But it's been very rewarding to see the engagement of our family and the increase of programming that we have had, by the trustee support, that was one of the priorities to have, whether it's workshops, whether it's events, that parents can feel welcome at our high schools, but also be engaged too. And I'm proud to announce there's individuals from each of the schools that have contributed to their high schools, their home high schools where their children attend, or even as a volunteer coming into the high schools and supporting them throughout the school year too. So before we announce, the tradition is to have a district parent of the year, and we have the opportunity to rotate it amongst our schools. So this year's parent of the year from the district comes from South El Monte, which we'll save for last. And also we have an opportunity to feature this year's school parent of the year. And I'd like to invite, I'm just going to start from the middle. I'm going to start with Mr. Arteaga. You get to go first. So we'll actually have him announce his parent of the year, and then we'll welcome our parent of the year. Sorry, Mr. Flores, you usually go first on alphabet, but Arroyo can go last.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga. And this is beginning to be like routine that I go ahead of Arroyo, so that's good. Anyways, I have the honor of presenting our Parent of the Year for Fernando Ledesma High School, and it's a very, very special presentation for me because this special lady, well, let me say this first. Fernando Ledesma High School had probably the best year ever in the 32 years I've been there. We got to share our facility with lots of people, just started all kinds of amazing programs district-wide, and I couldn't ask for a better year. And really, the backbone of that is my staff and my parents. This year, our Super PAC parents came together to support us and to support our school board on many different events. And I'd like to say that Maria Munoz, can you please come up, is my Parent of the Year. That she was the backbone. She was the backbone of our school this year. She was definitely my biggest supporter. And one word to describe Maria. Felicidades, Maria. Gracias. One word to describe Maria is very simple: brave. Maria is a brave person. Not only is she a single mom and she works tirelessly for her family and for the school, but Maria has a special story where we had her previous daughter before, and unfortunately she went through something a parent would never go through her senior year, and she could have shut down. She could have shut down and kind of just went away. But she did lose her daughter, and her first daughter didn't get to graduate with us. But when we got her second daughter, Lisbeth, and she wanted her second daughter to come to Fernando Ledesma, Maria came in stronger than ever. She came into our school, and not only did she work tirelessly, but she became an advocate, which is very important. She took time to motivate other parents and brought in Super PAC parents and kind of made our team out of our Super PAC at Fernando Ledesma. And that's what she did for the parents. And we had a great time with cafecito and chisme, right? It was awesome. But what did she do for the students? She did many things for the students. Not only did she bring them in food and chocolate and all that good stuff, but she took the time herself, had an idea. Maria's from Puebla, Mexico. She had an idea to make leis for every single graduate with dollars in it. So she tried to donate $400 of her own hard-worked money. She came with a fresh stack of $401 bills, and she was going to donate, but we didn't allow that, right, Maria? We gave it back, but she took the time to do that, and she, with a couple other parents, braided at least 90 leis herself, and she folded every dollar for every graduate. And through the love of Mariah, her first daughter, and Lisbeth, I think she put every ounce of effort to fold every dollar, make every braid, every lei for the students. You can just tell the love that she had for every single one of those. For the parents, she became very instrumental in bringing our Super PACs together, as I mentioned, and she became a leader. And for the teachers, I think there wasn't more than 2 weeks that she wouldn't pass by with pan dulce or donuts for the teachers and the staff. She would just stop by on her own and make sure that we had some pan dulce and some donuts. So everybody was appreciative. And what did she do for the principal? The most important thing. Just one thing. She not only fed me a lot, but I said, the mole. That's what did it for me, was the mole. She makes the best Puebla mole ever. So I will forever be grateful to you and everything that you showed us as a leader, the heart that you had to come back after the first experience with your daughter, something that none of us can imagine going through, but to come back stronger and not only support your own daughter, but to support all the students, all the parents, the staff, and the school board with the events. I couldn't ask for anything more. You were just a dream. So thank you very much, Maria. I know. Well, just give me a hug.
So Maria actually gets 2 certificates, one in English and one in Spanish. Uno en español, claro. So voy a tratar de leer el de español sin tropezarme en mis palabras. I'm going to try to read a Spanish one without tripping over my words. So este es un certificado de reconocimiento presentado a María Muñoz de la Escuela Fernando R. Ledesma del año escolar 2024-25, Padre Voluntario del Año. En agradecimiento por su destacada dedicación, invaluables contribuciones y compromiso con los estudiantes, el personal y la comunidad de Fernando R. Ledesma High School. Sus generosos esfuerzos voluntarios han enriquecido significativamente, la experiencia educativa y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes. Elogiamos y celebramos su extraordinario servicio, lo que ha tenido un impacto positivo y duradero en nuestra comunidad escolar. Felicitaciones de parte de la mesa directiva del Distrito de la Unión de Escuelas Preparatorias del Monte. Y como siempre, a cada persona que reconocemos, tenemos este pin para usted. Thank you. And I'll open it up to my colleagues for remarks. If we could keep them to a minute, please.
I'll keep it extra brief because I'm going to say it in English and Spanish. Lo voy a decir en inglés y en español, pero en inglés primero. Mr. Arteaga has shared so much about the work that Maria has done, and so I just want to thank her for her dedication, for her resilience, and her heart, because it really, truly showed, and the students there and other parents, and I've heard from other parents there of how much they appreciate what she's done and the heart she's shown and the love she's shown for the school. Nomás quiero dar agradecimiento porque el señor Arteaga ha mencionado y he escuchado de otros padres, reconocen su esfuerzo, su dedicación, pero más que nada su corazón a esa escuela y el amor que le tiene a esa escuela y todo lo que ha ayudado e inspirado a los otros padres. Entonces le quiero dar el agradecimiento por todo lo que ha hecho y el legado que está dejando. Gracias.
Mil gracias a usted, señora María. Le hablo en mi idioma primario, que es el español. Mil gracias por todo lo que hace por nuestros estudiantes, nuestros maestros, el personal. Le debemos tanto. Es una persona tan humilde. Posiblemente no tenemos todo el dinero, pero su corazón habla por usted. Esa escuela que está ahí son nuestros niños de alta promesa, los niños que más lo necesitan, y el director aquí lo conoce. Entonces, gracias de parte de toda nuestra mesa directiva, y siempre recuerde lo que yo digo yo. El cliente número 1 en el distrito escolar de las preparatorias del Monte, y lo he dicho por 11 años, son los padres y los niños. Sin niños y padres, nadie de aquí tenemos trabajo ni nos matan el hambre. Se oye feo, pero es la realidad. Mil gracias por lo que usted hace y siga dándole con mucha fuerza. Congratulations. Claro que sí. Y ahí si quiere traerme un poquito mole aquí a la mesa directiva de Puebla, se lo aceptamos, ¿ok?
I'm lost of words. I mean, everything's so nice, so beautiful about you already been said. So anything I say probably extra, but again, congratulations. Muchísimas felicidades a tú and su familia. Sí.
Nomás le quiero decir muchas gracias por el apoyo que da a la escuela, a los estudiantes y también a los adultos que trabajan ahí, porque a veces los adultos también necesitan ese apoyo y ese apoyo hace una gran diferencia. Sin personas como usted, nuestras escuelas no serían las gran escuelas que son.
Nomás quiero acabar yo a decirle muchas gracias por estar involucrada, no nomás en la vida de su estudiante, pero también todos los estudiantes en Fernando Ledesma. Cuando nos dio el relato el señor Arteaga sobre las leyes que donó usted en el lonche que tuvimos la semana pasada, me quedé pensando, eso es una gran cosa. No nomás es el tiempo, el esfuerzo, el material, pero también el dinero, obviamente. Le quiero decir muchas gracias por todo lo que ha hecho, lo que sigue haciendo por nuestros estudiantes y gracias por ser una persona tan amable y tan humilde. Gracias de todos de parte de la mesa directiva y de nuestra comunidad.
Gracias. Mi nombre es María Gavina Muñoz, soy de Puebla. Aquí estoy para cuando me necesiten por un listón. No tengo suficiente dinero, ¿verdad? Porque, pero hay que, ¿cómo me puedo explicar? A veces un niño no puede decir, oh, pues quiero un listón, ¿verdad? Mi hija tiene el honor de decir, oh, mamá, yo quiero este listón y hay que esforzar a veces por un hijo, porque, ¿cómo se dice? Uno tiene que reconocerles a los estudiantes que ellos se esfuerzan tanto por la tarea, porque a veces no les entienden. Yo no hablo inglés, no entiendo inglés, pero yo le digo siempre, busca a tus maestros, busca al director y muchas gracias porque estuvieron para mí. En el año 2019 yo tuve una hija enferma y yo nunca me esperaba la llamada del director para decirme aquí estoy, que ocupa, y de su bolsillo ellos me ayudaron. Claro, siempre voy a estar agradecida con ellos. ¿Por qué? Porque a veces uno no tiene los recursos para sepultar a un hijo. Y aquí es muy doloroso cuando un hijo está enfermo y uno, cuando es madre soltera, yo soy madre soltera y yo dije, ¿qué hago? Yo sentí que no podía, que sentía que el cielo se me caía encima. ¿Por qué? Porque dejo el trabajo y ¿quién me va a ayudar para la renta? Entonces es algo muy difícil de ir a sepultar a su hijo y que le den la pala. Ahí sí saben de pala, ¿verdad? Cuando uno va a sepultar. Y me dice el del panteón, oh, usted le va a dar el primer puño de tierra a su hija. Y uno tiene que ser bien fuerte para decidir hacerlo, porque en mi familia, mis hermanos, nadie quiso y yo les tuve que enseñar a toda la gente que me acompañó que si tú tienes que ir a sepultar a un hijo, lo tienes que hacer. Y yo estoy muy agradecida con el director que me llamó y me dijo, ¿qué ocupas? ¿Qué necesitas? De su bolsillo me dieron un poco de dinero para ayudar, ¿verdad? Porque eso es algo que nadie se lo espera y lo digo porque muchos papás a veces no tenemos los recursos para ir a sepultar a un hijo. Ya cuando las cosas se empeoran, uno no se espera que un hijo va a faltar. De la noche a la mañana su vida cambió, mi vida cambió. ¿Por qué? Porque tenía otra hija y ¿a dónde la llevaba a cuidar si yo tenía que estar en el hospital 24 horas? No pude. Y le agradezco tanto a la escuela, principalmente al director, porque él es el que reunió a las muchachas de la oficina con los maestros para ayudarme, ¿sí? Y no quiere decir que la escuela sea mala, sino a veces el muchacho necesita mucha ayuda, hasta de un abrazo. Y gracias por todo lo que me ha brindado. Todo el tiempo le voy a agradecer y gracias porque tenga ese corazón para alguien que, como la mamá de su estudiante, ¿verdad? Que nos dejamos de ver por mucho tiempo. Pero aquí estoy nuevamente. Y si algún papá ocupa un listón, me dan el color y si yo puedo, ¿por qué no regalarlo? Eso es algo para el niño, algo bonito, que hay niños que yo miré y se me partió mi corazón en dos el día de la graduación de mi hija, porque mi hija llevaba más de 4 listones y hay niños que no llevaban nada. Y pues no, uno no, al menos yo no sentí como bonito, ¿verdad? Porque uno tiene que reconocerles a los niños el esfuerzo que están haciendo. Muchas gracias.
Felicidades.
Gracias.
Otro aplauso, por favor. All right, next up, I'd like to invite Mrs. Salanitro from Rosemead High School to introduce her Parent Volunteer of the Year. And I don't know if I'm going to steal your thunder, but you had 2 volunteers. However, only one is able to make it tonight, but I'll let you share their stories.
Alrighty, thank you. This year we are proud to honor 2 exceptional individuals. Elida Castellanos, can you come on up here? Let's give her a round of applause. She's a little nervous. And we also chose Reina Munoz. She could not be here in person, but I know she's here. Her heart is here with us tonight. Right. Anyone who has spent time on our campus knows just how deeply involved these 2 incredible women are in the life of Rosemead High School. It's hard to tease them apart. It had to be both of them because a lot of times they do show up together, so much that we want to put them on the payroll, potentially. They are always at Rosemead and always welcome. Elida and Rena have served on numerous committees, including ELAC, School Site Council, PTSA, of course, and Super PAC. Elida also contributed closely with our staff on the Community Schools Grant application. But it's more than that. Their dedication goes far beyond these roles. Whether it's helping with school events or showing up to support our students, staff, and families, they are always present with open hearts and willing hands. They are true members of our Panther family and have played a vital role in strengthening parent engagement on our campus. Their impact will be felt for years to come, and their legacy of service and love will continue to inspire others. From the bottom of my heart, thank you, Elida and Reina, for your unwavering commitment and the joy you bring to our community. And remember, once a Panther, always a Panther. Yay!
Ok, de parte de la mesa directiva tenemos este certificado para usted. Let me give this another shot, a ver si lo puedo decir otra vez en español. Este certificado de reconocimiento presentado a Elida Castellanos de Rosemead High School Padre Voluntario del año escolar 2024-25. En agradecimiento por su destacada dedicación, invaluables contribuciones y compromiso con los estudiantes, el personal y la comunidad de Rosemead High School, sus generosos esfuerzos voluntarios han enriquecido significativamente la experiencia educativa y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes. Elogiamos y celebramos su extraordinario servicio, y lo que ha tenido un impacto positivo y duradero en nuestra comunidad escolar. Felicitaciones de parte de la mesa directiva del Distrito de la Unión de Escuelas Preparatorias del Monte, de parte de la mesa directiva. Felicidades.
Okay. I don't like to talk that long. I just want to say thank you so much for participating in everything that the principal mentioned that you participated in. So many times it's really hard to get parents to come out to all those events. So not only did she say that you participated in like the ELAC, but she said Super PAC. She mentioned that you helped with the grants. Like, that's amazing. So thank you very much for being like a parent that participates that much and gives us that much of your time, your hard-earned time. Thank you.
I have an honor to know you for quite a while. No matter I go, I see you. Anything going on in Rosemead High School, I get reported to. You know, they reported to me, and so they invited me to Cinco de Mayo. They invited me to teacher appreciation. Anything going on, anything that's good. I mean, we communicated, and you're such a dedicated parents. I mean, you deserve the honor, and you and Miss Reina Munoz. You're both excellent parents, and you are really deserve it. And thank you very much for your dedication, your service to Rosemead High School. Not only Rosemead High School, you also go to Mount View High School also. Mount View School District also. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
Mil gracias. Siendo ex alumno de la preparatoria de Rosemead, siempre es un placer reconocer a los padres que hacen arduo trabajo, estando en el concilio escolar, en el comité de aprendices de inglés, en Super PAC, en la asociación de padres y maestros. Consume mucho tiempo de su día, pero yo sé que todo ese tiempo usted lo mira como una inversión en su hijo, una inversión en la juventud de la preparatoria de Rosemead, y estamos muy agradecidos, yo y la entera mesa directiva. Mil gracias por su dedicación.
Well, thank you for your commitment. Ms. Alanichos was not kidding when she says you're always there, and you're that steady presence. You're that other parents look up to you. Other parents know that they can turn to you, staff as well, and the administration. And that is a lot of commitment, a lot of dedication on your part, a lot of hard work. But again, that shows how much you truly care about Rosemead High School. So we want to thank you for all that, because there's a lot of work that you did behind the scenes that doesn't always get recognized, but we want to make sure that we recognize you today because you truly deserve it. Thank you.
And lastly, I want to say thank you. When I first met you, I thought, oh, you must be a parent over on this side of town because you were doing so much over at the Mountain View School District, never realizing that you also had a student at Rosemead High School. And so then I saw you there. I was like, wait a second, you're on the wrong side of town. What's going on? And then I realized, no, you're just everywhere. And as Mrs. Salinitro shared today, your involvement, I think it speaks a lot about your commitment, not only again to your student, but to all of our students here, not only at Rosemead, but at the El Monte Union High School District as well. And so it's parents like you, individuals like you, volunteers like you, that matter, that mean so much. And as Dr. Zuniga said early on, it's at this time that it's most critical, because when students get to us, most of the time parents drop away because kids are growing up, and more often than not, kids will say, I don't need you around as much anymore. And that's the exact opposite of what we need. We need parents to stay involved when students get to us at the high school level. We need to stay involved to make sure that they have the support systems that they need. And I'm really glad that you continue to stay involved And it's been a pleasure getting to know you and seeing you being involved and hearing your very pointed thoughts during the superintendent's parent advisory committee meetings, and hearing you share your thoughts at Rosemead High School well. So well-deserved award tonight and recognition. Congratulations.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Elida Castellanos. Unas poquitas palabras en español. Estoy muy agradecida porque creo que sin que los maestros y directores nos dejen reentrar a la escuela muy amablemente, nosotros no siguiéramos en las escuelas. Estoy muy agradecida porque desde el distrito hasta los maestros y los directores, todos nos dan una buena bienvenida y por eso nosotros estamos ahí. Pero hoy especialmente quiero agradecer al grupo de padres voluntarios de Rosemead que están detrás de este reconocimiento. Yo estoy adelante de ellos, pero porque yo soy bien metiche. Pero ellos a veces no quieren estar ahí junto conmigo. Pero esto es para los padres voluntarios de Rosemead también, de los cuales yo estoy bien agradecida, porque cada locura es de sí, hagámoslo, hagámoslo. Tal cosa, sí, hagamos. Entonces, muchachas, yo sé si algunas me están viendo, esto es para ustedes también. I'm appreciate everything, all that you do for students and for parents, because we receive a lot of workshops and we learn a lot for survive anywhere. Thank you very much.
¿Tiene familia aquí con usted hoy? ¿Tiene familia? ¿Los quiere invitar? Family, if we can have you come up. And then Maria, you just tell us where to go. Otro aplauso. Next up, I'd like to invite Mr. Cuevas to come on up for Almani High School as we recognize Ana Delgado.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eddie Cuevas, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of being the principal at Almani High School. And I'd like to welcome up our Parent of the Year, Ana Delgado. Antes de todo, muchas gracias por todo lo que hace por la Escuela del Monte. So at Almani High School, we pride ourselves on parent involvement. And I can tell you that Ana Delgado epitomizes that. She has gone to 60 parent workshops alone this year. From Wellness Center to attendance to coffee with the principal, she has gone to 60 parent workshops. That's 60. 60. She does it quietly. She attends all of the meetings. She provides input to all of our staff members. She does it in such a graceful way. She's also been a parent at Almani High School for 8 years. Her daughter, Maida and Emily, right, both graduated. So we're going to miss her this 1 year, but we're going to get her back when Diana, who is right there, she'll be coming to Almani High School in the year 26, 27. Is that correct, Diana? So we will have La Señora Delgado coming back to Almani High School and participating in more workshops with us. She was also a member of our ELAC committee, our English Learner Advisory Committee. She was an integral part in making sure that at Almani High School we're supporting our English language learners with all of the various resources that we offer, all of the various programming that we offer to support those students. She was an integral part in making sure that we take them into account when we're developing our school goals. So thank you very much, Señora Delgado, for that. Again, I can't say enough about like how quietly she accomplished so much at Almani High School the last 8 years, and we can't wait to get her back after she takes the 1 year break. So muchas gracias por todo lo que ha hecho por la Escuela del Monte. Gracias por sus 8 años que ha hecho, que ha participado. Lo hace en una manera es muy callada, pero cuando es tiempo de dar sus opiniones, siempre lo hace y lo agradecemos desde abajo de nuestro corazón. Muchas gracias.
Wow, 16 parent workshop. That's a lot of time, a lot of dedication, a lot of knowledge that you gain because knowledge is power. You know, parents play a very important role in the children's education. It's the pillar. And, you know, I bet your children will benefit a lot from what you learn from Almani High School workshop. And congratulations, and you well deserve the honor of being recognized as the Parent of the Year. Thank you very much for your service.
Quiero decir muchas gracias por su apoyo en la Escuela del Monte High School, pero algo que estaba diciendo el director ahorita que, pues, yo sentí es que él dijo, en el Monte High School enfocamos mucho en la participación de los padres. Si eso es algo muy grande y usted es la padre o la mamá que le estamos reconociendo hoy en esta noche, eso es muy, muy grande. Porque si eso es un enfoque de la escuela y usted es la representante, qué gran.
Nomás le quiero decir felicidades. You know, después de 60 juntas de comités, yo también pidiera un año de receso, un año de descanso. So, felicidades, gracias por todo. No solo lo hizo en el distrito de nosotros, pero en el distrito de las escuelas primarias anteriormente. Entonces, necesitamos líderes con mucha sabiduría, mucho conocimiento para que traigan a otros padres y los inviten para tener más líderes, porque lo dije una vez, lo digo 1000 veces, necesitamos líderes en la comunidad y usted y sus hijos son el cliente número 1. 1000 gracias.
Señora, lo voy a decir en español y después en inglés. Como el director dijo, estamos muy agradecidos más que nada por todo lo que ha hecho, porque 60 juntas, 8 años, eso no es fácil y no cualquiera lo hace. Y para que usted lo haya hecho yo sé que es de todo corazón y estamos muy agradecidos porque todo eso es beneficio para nuestros otros padres y los estudiantes de la escuela y estamos ansiosos por esperar a ver qué nos tiene en un año cuando venga su otra hija. So I'll say it in English. We're just, like Mr. Cueva said, we're very, very fortunate and thankful to have you to give 8 years of service and dedication, 60 workshops. That is a lot of commitment, and not everybody does that. And for you to show and be willing to give 4 more years for your next daughter, that shows a lot of heart, and it really inspires, and hopefully inspires more parents to follow in your footsteps. Thank you.
Voy a tratar de nuevo. Lo voy a leer en español y luego en inglés, porque me acabo de realizar que no he leído el certificado en inglés. So I'm going to go again in Spanish, and I just realized I haven't read it in English, so I'll do it right now. So those who are not Spanish speakers will also understand what the certificate says. So tenemos este certificado de reconocimiento presentado a Ana Delgado de la Escuela del Monte High School, Padre Voluntario del año escolar 2024-25. En agradecimiento por su destacada dedicación, invaluables contribuciones y compromiso con los estudiantes, el personal y la comunidad del Monte High School. Sus generosos esfuerzos voluntarios han enriquecido significativamente, I keep tripping over that one, la experiencia educativa y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes. Elogiamos y celebramos su extraordinario servicio, lo que ha tenido un impacto positivo y duradero en nuestra comunidad escolar. Felicitaciones de parte de la mesa directiva del Distrito de la Unión de las Escuelas Preparatorias del Monte. Y ahora en inglés. This is the certificate of recognition presented to Ana Delgado, Monte High School 2024-2025 Parent Volunteer of the Year. In grateful appreciation for your outstanding dedication and valuable contributions and unwavering commitment to the students, staff, and the community of Monte High School. Your generous volunteer efforts have significantly enriched the educational experience and well-being of our students. We commend and celebrate your extraordinary service, which has made a lasting positive impact on our community, on our school community. Congratulations from the Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. Felicidades.
Bueno, sí, estoy muy agradecida. Especialmente, primeramente, he dicho primero, pongo siempre a Dios primero y dar gracias también por las hijas que me dio, que son unas buenas niñas, unas buenas estudiantes, que ya salieron 2 graduadas del Monte High School, y también le doy gracias al director, que es un excelente director, que siempre está pendiente de los alumnos, que siempre lleguen temprano. Y gracias al Monte, porque pues he aprendido muchas cosas ahí en la escuela. No nomás de ahí, es en la otra también. He participado, he estado involucrada en las escuelas, participando, y he aprendido mucho de eso. Gracias.
Felicidades. ¿Tiene familia aquí? Thank you, Mr. Cuevas, y felicidades de nuevo. Next up, I'd like to invite Principal Gabe Flores from Arroyo High School, who will be recognizing Jennifer Vidrio Munoz as our Parent Volunteer of the Year.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. I'm starting to wonder if Dr. Zuniga doesn't like Arroyo High School. I'm just saying, a few weeks ago we had a parent volunteer luncheon and he put us last, and here we are last again. So I don't know what's going on, Dr. Zuniga. Anyway, well, second to the last because we're saving it. I know, just giving him a hard time. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gabriel Flores. I am the proud principal of Arroyo High School. Happy to be there, happy to be with great students and great people. And I want to start off by welcoming our Parent of the Year, Jennifer Vidrio Munoz. Come on up, please. So as Jennifer comes on up, her middle name, or her name is also Jennifer Vidrio Munoz, and if we know what vidrio means in English, it's glass. Well, she's anything but glass. You can't break this lady. She's a tough woman. We're so happy to have her here with us at Arroyo High School. She came on board a few years ago, and she joined our PTSA. And when she joined our PTSA was going under what we would call like a reconstruction period. And our PTSA has been around for a very long time at Arroyo High School, but we were hitting some stumbling blocks. Jennifer came in and took on the role as secretary her first year. And then this year, we started off with a new president, and within a month, the president resigned. So now we were back to square one. We were stuck. We were concerned. The lights went off. I don't know what's going on. The lights are back on. Is that it? They took all my time. Anyway, it's okay. We're gonna take our time here today. So she took on the role and she said, okay, you know what? I will be president. I'll do it. So we were blessed for her to take on that role as president at Arroyo High School for our PTSA. She's done a fantastic job. She's all over our school. She participates in open house, back to school night, different fundraisers. I do want to share a little bit about what Ms. Witt, who's one of our assistant principals that works with Jennifer more than anybody else, what she had to share about Jennifer. And she wrote in an email to me, she said, Jennifer has been instrumental in helping to reimagine and organize the PTSA, serving initially as a secretary. She sought to find and organize records that had been neglected. She worked to bring order to the organization and has encouraged other parents to join and fill leadership positions. She has led efforts to fundraise at our football games and track meets, the Meet of Champions, by organizing and volunteering for snack sales. She has organized membership improvement efforts, which led to a recent bronze award by the PTSA. She attended a training at the convention to learn more about being a president and participated in the First District events. She digitized all of our PTSA records, championed the use of an online membership registration system, which is called Totem. She created and maintains the PTSA social media page on Instagram and conducts outreach to parents at community events. I do remember when she first became secretary, she said, why don't we put this on put it on our screen so that everybody can see it like we have here? And I distinctly remember everybody in there going, we don't do that. And it was like, no, it's time for us to move up with technology and keep up with what's taking place around the world. At any rate, we are extremely happy to have Jennifer with us. She's done a phenomenal job. She does have her husband who's here with us this evening. We have Ray, as well as her two sons, Nathan and Noah. One is going to be a sophomore, another one going to be a senior. On behalf of all of us, we want to wish you the best. We want to thank you for all the work that you've put in to make Arroyo a better place. Congratulations.
Well, based on Mr. Flores said, your dedication is unquestionable. And, you know, the work that you do is so important, that helping not only, you know, the school, but the PTSA as a whole. And you bring a lot of benefit to the school and, you know, to our students also. For that, we thank you for what you did. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Jenny Vidrios. I have to deliver a message for you. I know I had this message from Professor Stella Torres de Sigris. She told me that I had to deliver this message. She wanted the public to know that Ms. Jenny Vidrios was a girls' state delegate in 2005 representing another high school. Okay, all right, all right. Well, she's been participating, representing students back then, and now representing our parents. Thank you for what you do. And, you know, when we give you the mic, this is the time to tell the board that they need to become members of the PTSA. Okay? All right.
I'm not a member, but I should be. I'm alumni. I just want to say thank you for everything that you do. And one thing that really stood out that Mr. Flores said was that essentially you came in and you were a change agent on the PTSA. And I think that's really important, especially in like the culture we're living in today. Somebody who comes in and says, that's great that we did it this way for so long, but it's okay to start doing it a new way. Please continue to bring that spirit with you at Arroyo High School and anything that you do in life. We need people like that advocating for change.
I want to echo Dr. Galavis's a comment of the change agent that you were and are. And honestly, I think the question, and I know Mr. Flores has, where would the PTSA be without you? Absolutely. You helped bring it back, you strengthened it, but you also brought it, like you said, to the 21st century. We're doing things a new way, and that's created so much new energy that it really inspires other parents. And again, parents are thankful for the work that you've done because you really did bring it back and you helped strengthen it. So we want to thank you because of all your hard work. It's flourishing in a way that it hasn't for a long time. So thank you.
Applause, absolutely, yes. So I'm going to wrap it up, but before I say anything, I want to say from a Boys State delegate from 1999 to my fellow Girls Stater, congratulations for being here today. And I actually will be in Sacramento week after next for Boys and Girls State as a counselor, so looking forward to continuing that tradition. One, I want to say thank you for your involvement, your dedication, your volunteerism, everything that you and all the other parents that we're recognizing tonight do. We don't function without your support. As Mr. Padilla has alluded to in the past and mentioned earlier, without parents, without students, none of us here have a job, whether it's a superintendent, a principal, or a board member. We don't exist without you, your students, and your families. But more importantly, our schools are more than just facilities when you're involved. When you guys show up, when you volunteer, when you take on those roles, whether it's selling things at a football game or a basketball game or a volleyball game, or if you're supporting our students when they go off on a field trip as chaperones, or if you're assisting in one of our programs like music, or when you're attending convention for PTSA to learn about how to be a better advocate for your student. All of that makes our schools better, and all of that makes our communities better. You know, I have my trustee page online, and it's nice to put a face to the person who likes some of the posts now. But let me tell you, I do appreciate the work that you put in. As has been said, you are a change agent. And yes, we've done things a certain way for many years, but we could do more. And you are doing so much more. And I always appreciate the posts that you guys put out at Arroyo PTSA, the information that you share, the reminders for meetings. Because as I shared earlier, I don't know if everybody heard, I'm already a member of Arroyo's PTSA. So I got that on some of my colleagues here tonight. But it's important that we recognize the work that you guys put in and the dedication that you have to our students. And I've said this multiple times tonight, and I will continue to say this until the end of time. When students get to us at the high school level, that is the most critical time for parents to continue to be involved. Just because they are older does not mean that they no longer need you. It is at that precise moment that they need you to stay involved and get involved even more to ensure that they are on the right path. So on behalf of the board, and I'll read the certificate to you right now in English, I want to say thank you for all your dedication to our students at Arroyo High School, as well as here in the El Monte Union High School District. So I have the certificate of recognition presented to Jennifer Vidrio Munoz for Arroyo High School's 2024-25 Parent Volunteer of the Year. In grateful appreciation for your outstanding dedication and valuable contributions and unwavering commitment to the students, staff, and community at Arroyo High School. Your generous volunteer efforts have significantly enriched the educational experience and well-being of our students. We commend and celebrate your extraordinary service, which has made a lasting positive impact on our school community. Signed today, June 11, 2025. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees. And then we have this beautiful lapel pin, and if you want to share a couple words.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And, you know, thank Mr. Flores, Ms. Witt, for all the support at Arroyo, the school board, California Department of Education. I know everyone talked about fundraising, but PTSA is an advocacy organization first and foremost, you know, wanting to improve the lives of all children. And so, especially in times like these, trying to get our parents involved is very big for me, and I think for our community, for our schools, to, you know, advocate for that quality public education for all children, you know, regardless of immigration status, including diversity, you know, inclusion, all of that. So I think that's something big that I'm trying to bring to Arroyo, and get our parents involved and educate our parents on, you know, their rights, the rights of our students. And so that's, you know, thank you for the opportunity and the platform to do that.
Yeah. Sons, family, come on up. As they're walking up, I want to recognize one more person, and this is Ms. Diane Velasco Highland. She's out in the back right there hiding. She has been a mentor to our PTSA program. I don't exactly know the position, but I know that she's way at the top in terms of PTSA, but she has helped so much. She's helped Jennifer, she's helped our program, and really helped us get back on our feet. So on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for your help.
I would love to. It is, okay. Soy Diane Velasco Highland. Muy buenas tardes. I am Diane Velasco Highland. I am actually a board of director at National PTA. I represent the nation, but I also proudly represent 240 schools in the San Gabriel Valley, 25 school districts from Burbank through Pomona, and we curve around to Bassett. It has been an absolute pleasure. I actually attended a meeting with Dr. Zuniga and Dr. Garcia about a year ago. And there were some things on fire. And we had meetings, and Arroyo was one of the schools that needed a little bit of guidance. And we absolutely worked as a team, went through some bumps, want to always make sure people understand that we appreciate the history and the strong presence of families and students here in El Monte, but we got to get, like that gentleman that was very first honored here that said, we got to get with the times here, right? We got to move towards making sure everyone's successful, and that the change agent has been Jennifer and the team at Arroyo, both the administrators, the parents, the students. It's been fabulous, and it's exciting. When Jenny called me last night to tell me that she was getting this award, I got so excited. I felt like a proud mama, you know, like this is awesome. And this is what we're gonna do at every single school here in El Monte. Not to say that they need the help, but just to get the PTA rolling again here. So I thank each of you, everyone here, and especially to you, my friend.
Another round of applause for Jennifer, please. We're going to keep the celebration moving right along. I'd like to invite up Principal Jose Bañas from Mountain View High School, who will be recognizing Jessica Castañon, Mountain View High School's Parent Volunteer of the Year.
Good evening, everyone. I am honored to present the Mountain View High School Parent Volunteer of the Year, Jessica Castañon. A few years ago, Mrs. Castañon joined our school community and PTSA and immediately began making meaningful impact. With unwavering dedication to school improvement and student wellness, she quickly became a driving force for positive change for our parent engagement at Mountain View High School. Through her warm presence and tireless involvement, Jessica planted the seed for deeper, more vibrant parent and family engagement within our school community. Whether attending events, supporting initiatives, or connecting personally with students and families, she brought heart and purpose to everything she did at Mountain View High School. Her outstanding commitment was recognized when she was elected president of the Mountain View High School PTSA for 2024-2025, which was concluded a few weeks ago. A well-deserved honor that reflects her vision, her leadership, and passion for our school. But Jessica's contribution doesn't stop there. She is also a key member of both Community School Committee and the School Site Council, where she offers valuable insights and lived experiences as we build toward a more inclusive, responsive, and thriving school environment. She leads with energy and authenticity, helping to coordinate major initiatives such as Dia del Niño, Make-A-Wish, Send Some Love, and Red Ribbon Week, bringing cultural richness and awareness to our campus. As a proud MVHS parent as well, whose son plays on the football team, Noah is here. Can you come up and join your mom over here? Jessica brings a heartfelt personal investment in the success of our students, and it shows. Her leadership reflects a deep belief in the potential of every Viking student. As a principal, I could not ask for more dedicated or inspiring parent partner. Mountain View High School is truly fortunate to have Jessica Castañon as the Viking Parent Volunteer of the Year. Someone who leads with love, purpose, and unwavering belief in our mission to inspire greatness. Jessica, thank you for your exceptional dedication. Your presence uplifts our students, strengthens our staff, and unites our families. We are profoundly grateful and proud to have you as part of the Mountain View High School family, as a recipient for the Parent Volunteer of the Year Award. Congratulations.
I just want to say thank you for all the support that you give to Mountain View. If I remember correctly, you were part of the senior awards night the other night, weren't you? I remember you giving away all the scholarships to students, and you kind of led the parents in that. There were a few, I think there was another 2 parents up there with you. 3? Okay, and you were kind of leading it. So thank you for all that you do for our students. We really appreciate it, and congratulations.
Every time I went to Mountain View, I saw a very strong parent involvement in Mountain View School District, very robust. So now I understand why, because under your leadership, and you have set the bar for all the parents to follow. And for that, even I myself thank you for what you did, what you have done for the school and for the community. And your dedication and your sacrifice is immeasurable. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I'm indebted to all the time that you dedicate to Mount View and the students there. You have a big heart. Your love comes across in anything that you get involved with, and anything you touch or that you're involved with becomes great. And I know you do it with a smile on your face. I love showing up to Mount View High School and seeing you at the night events and stuff, and you're always there, and your passion comes through. Thank you for your parent engagement at the home of the Vikings, and you do inspire greatness. Keep it up.
I just want to say that, echo Dr. Galaviz, we were there for Senior Awards Night, and it was just such a beautiful, beautiful awards ceremony, and you and the other parents were really leading the efforts, but primarily you, and it just goes to show how important you are to the school and have been, and I had the opportunity to see some of the cultural events that you brought together, and that's such a beautiful thing to see culture, our students to be proud of the culture and the creativity that you've brought to along with the other parents to the school. And so with that, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for really inspiring students to get creative, but also other parents to be proud of the culture and the ideas they bring. And you inspire such confidence in them as parent volunteers. So thank you for all your hard work and dedication.
I know we have a very large Mountain View delegation here today, both faculty, students, and alumni. Can we just give Jessica, our Viking hero, a round of applause? So I am going to take a moment of personal privilege. Mountain View High School is my alma mater, and I have a very deep affinity for the school, as many of you might know. So it means a lot to recognize you today, because I know the work that you've put in, the dedication that you've given to that campus, it means so much. And as my colleagues have talked about the the Senior Awards dinner last week, we just had so many events, it was all a blur. Seeing you with the parents there recognizing students, giving them the scholarship awards and asking others to get involved, to become part of PTSA, to get involved on campus, it always means so much to me. You know, when was it? A month ago we had the volunteer reception. It felt like forever ago. I gave some remarks to the parents and the volunteers. And the one message I wanted to drive home to everyone then, and I'll reiterate it tonight. I said, go home today. Those of you that are volunteers, parents, students, go home today, and next time you show up to a meeting, bring a friend, bring another parent, bring another student, bring another faculty member to get involved on campus. Because the only way that we're able to grow and make our schools better every single day, to make our community better every single day, is by having all of this involvement and ensuring that there's somebody there to provide assistance, to provide resources, to uplift our families. So I want to say thank you, because I know sometimes it is a tireless job being a volunteer, being head of PTSA, but you do it anyway. You do it with grace, you do it with compassion, you do it with dedication, and you do it in that Viking spirit. So thank you from the bottom of my heart and on behalf of the Board of Trustees. So I got to read the certificate. So this is a certificate of recognition presented to Jessica Castañon, Mountain View High School 2024-25 Parent Volunteer of the Year. In grateful appreciation for your outstanding dedication and valuable contributions and unwavering commitment to the students, staff, and community of Mountain View High School. Your generous volunteer efforts have significantly enriched the educational experience and well-being of our students. We commend and celebrate your extraordinary service, which has made a lasting positive impact on our school community. Congratulations from the Amani Union High School District Board of Trustees, signed tonight, June 11th, 2025. Congratulations.
Well, it's an honor to be here as the president of PTSA. I know for a fact I'm not going to be no longer, but I'm still going to be in the board meeting. and continue with my pleasure and commitment to bring more parents and to be more involved. Like you said, Mr. Francisco, bring a friend, bring a student, and also with a smile for Vikings.
Do you have any other family with you tonight, or is it only your son? You want to come up? And then we'll have Maria arrange us. All right, so now we move on to our final recognition, or our final parent recognition, and that is the Almani Union High School District Parent Volunteer of the Year. Joining us tonight is Assistant Principal Olga Lopez, as Dr. Morales could not join us tonight. We will be recognizing Irene Rosas from South Almani High School.
Come on up, Ms. Irene. I was actually happy that Dr. Morales couldn't be here with us, so we can give me a chance to say something and recognize some of the wonderful parents that we have here. So congratulations to all the parents that are here today, and especially congratulations to ours. I wrote a few words because if you know me, we could spend here all night, guys, and we got to get this moving. So it is an absolute honor to stand here tonight and recognize someone truly special. Our South Almani High School's parent, Irene Rosas, as the district's Parent of the Year. This recognition goes far beyond one school or one student. Tonight we celebrate a parent whose dedication reaches every corner of our district, someone whose quiet strength, hard work, and unwavering commitment have made a lasting impact on our entire school community. She is the parent who shows up not just for their own child, but for all children, and for many years. Whether it's organizing events, participating in workshops, being a member of our PTSA, school site council, and lending a hand at every school function, or simply just being a positive presence on campus, Ms. Irene gives her time, energy, and heart without ever expecting anything in return. She is an unsung hero, the kind of person who works behind the scenes, never asking for recognition, but always making sure that things get done. Her spirit inspires other parents to get involved, to give more, and to believe that together we can build something incredible for our students. On behalf of South Almani High School and the district, We thank you for being a shining example of what it means to serve, support, and uplift the community. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. We are so lucky to have you as part of our family.
I just want to say thank you for your continued support to South El Monte High School. What an honor, Parent Volunteer of the Year for the district. Let's give you another round of applause. And I just want to add that I really liked the part about making sure that everything gets done. You're a Latina woman, so that makes sense. Sometimes we got to make sure things get done.
I just want to make it brief. Thank you for just selfless generosity, dedication, passion, and compassion, and service to South Monte High School. And, your work it will be, remember, forever what you have done for the school. And congratulations.
Congratulations to Miss Irene Rosas. Being the school board member for District 5, which encompasses all of South El Monte and South El Monte High School, it doesn't surprise me that our Parent of the Year is from that district. This is the highest honor that we give. Thank you for all of the work that you do. And I, too, appreciate what was said by Ms. Olga about you're not just there for your child, you're there for everybody's child. And that's what changes a community when we all start caring about other people's children. Thank you for all the work that you've done for so many years. And I know that if Dr. Morales was here, he would say, onward! There you go. So, okay, I'm gonna have to tell him, Ms. Olga, that you didn't say it, okay? No, it's all good. Onward! There you go.
Irene, I want to echo Mr. Padilla's sentiment that, one, it doesn't surprise me, but there's truly no one more deserving than you. Ms. Olga said it best. Just the excitement that she's experienced and that we've all, knowing that you're at South El Monte High School and helping other parents, helping other students, you really embody what it means to be a parent volunteer, and we hope that you continue to support South El Monte High School because we're really going to miss you, especially Ms. Olga and Dr. Morales, the day that you're no longer volunteering. But really, truly an honor to present this to you today because, again, you really embody what it means to be a parent volunteer and committed and truly, truly committed to your community and your students. So thank you.
So I've gotten to know Irene just a little bit over the last year or so. But anybody who knows the PTSAs in our district, you know that many of the campuses are going through a rebuilding process, but not South El Monte. And it's because of your dedication, your commitment, and your continued involvement. Because your kids graduated a few years back, I understand, last year, but yet you're still here as a volunteer. And that is just such an amazing thing. And I think that speaks volumes not only about you, but all of our volunteers tonight. How much did you guys give away in scholarships this year? $69,000 in scholarships from the PTSA. Now, I know we're recognizing you tonight, but it was PTSA who collectively raised all this money and put the scholarships together. But it's because of your leadership, your involvement, your commitment that this happens. This doesn't happen on its own. So I am just incredibly honored to be in your presence tonight to recognize you as our Parent Volunteer of the Year. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You know, Eagles there at South El Monte, you're all a special place, special family, and you guys deserve so much. And it's because of you that those students do receive so much. So congratulations from the Board of Trustees. I have a certificate for you here. I'm going to read it. You're our last one, but I'm going to read it because I want to make sure each and every one of you got that recognition. We absolutely did save the best for last. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. So this certificate of recognition presented to Irene Rosas, South El Monte High School, from South El Monte High School for being the 2024-2025 El Monte Union High School District Parent Volunteer of the Year. And grateful appreciation for your outstanding dedication and valuable contributions and unwavering commitment to the students, staff, and community of South El Monte High School. Your generous volunteer efforts have significantly enriched the educational experience and well-being of our students. We commend and celebrate your extraordinary service, which has made a lasting positive impact on our school community. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees, tonight, June 11, 2025. Felicidades. I'm going to hang on to this so that you can speak because you're going to get a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, I want to say thank you, and thank you to all the parents who were recognized today. It is not easy to be a volunteer. It's not easy to get people to volunteer. I've been doing this for a very long time. I enjoy it. It's like a passion. It gives me peace. But like I said, you see my picture? I work with little ones. So I'm with children all day long, and I love to empower them because they're our future. And if we don't empower them, they're just going to get lost in the system. And that's what I do. So and even though, like they say, our young teenagers say they don't need their parents, they need their parents. They need us there, even into young adulthood, because we are their support. But thank you all, and I appreciate, thank you guys for everything. And the support from the school, from the district. I appreciate everything. Thank you. It's an honor.
Irene, do you have family here tonight? If we could have family, come on up. And while we're getting ourselves organized here for a photo, can we please have another round of applause for all of our parent volunteers tonight? So at the conclusion of the recognitions, actually we have one more recognition after this, and then we'll take a short break, a recess. Congratulations again. All right, our final recognition tonight is recognition of Diana Flores, school-based children's social worker with the Los Angeles County Department of Children and Family Services. Dr. Zuniga, I'm going to turn this over to you.
We'll be making the presentation.
Mr. Leon, if you'll join us up here, you'll be making the presentation.
Thank you. With your permission, Ms. Smith is going to do it. Sorry, I'm going to go ahead and introduce a colleague of mine who works with Ms. Flores and I very closely, Ms. Allison Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Ms. Flores, good evening, everyone. My name is Allison Smith. I am the Special Ed Compliance Officer for the district and also serve as the Foster Youth Liaison alongside Mr. Pete Lopez, who is our Foster Youth Coordinator for the district. And with that being said, Diana, I have worked closely with her for the last 6 years. She is an absolute pleasure, an amazing partner. All of the principals that are here, you know what an amazing resource she is. And so we are so incredibly appreciative of your hard work, your advocacy for students, bringing us into the partnership fold. We couldn't do our job without Diana. She has just been an amazing person and a tremendous support for all of our students in El Monte. So congratulations, and thank you very much for all that you do.
Thank you. You know, this night was one filled with recognition of parent volunteers. And when I think of Diana, I think of the mama bear for all of our At Promise students, because she will leave no stone unturned to help a student in need, to help a family in need. So it's my great pleasure and honor to also call her a friend after years of service with her. I thank you for everything that you've done. I thank you for going above and beyond to take care of our students in great need. I think there's principals here that can also attest to the great work that she does. The recognition she did for our foster youth this year was also exceptional. And again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You know, you're doing God work right here. And from bottom of my heart, you know, you helping a lot of our I Promise students. And, you know, most of our students come from socially, economic, disadvantaged family. And your work is very meaningful. And from bottom of my heart, thank you very much.
I just want to say congratulations and also thank you for the work that you do and the fact that people are advocating and saying that you leave no stone unturned. That's absolutely beautiful, because to exhaust all resources for multiple students day in and day out, that takes a lot of work and compassion and pride in what you do. And so thank you very much for everything that you put into your job and helping our students, support our students and families.
Earlier, ladies and gentlemen, I talked about an angel. We talked about Francis Ganas. Well, this is another angel here in our district and in our world. She does go above and beyond to make sure that the rights of foster youth and homeless are always respected, to make sure that foster youth and homeless students get equity, that they get exactly what the other kids have, and that they are not left out. She also sits on many panels such as SARB, the School Attendance Review Board. She sits on DARB, the District Attendance Review Board, where we have students that are at Promise that are missing a lot of school, and she understands the importance of regular attendance. She understands that it all starts and it ends with attendance, and if a child is not attending, we make sure that we find out why, and we put resources to help them to get them back on track. And that she is a true advocate for our foster youth, and not every school has this type of position where we partner up with the county. So it's very special that together we are putting our money together with the county to bring better resources for the kids. Also, whenever we talk about Dr. Rivas, Dr. Rivas understands and created a special flyer to make sure that the students are aware of their rights, because many times foster youth students want to stay quiet. They don't want nobody to know that. But there's a list of certain key people in the district who need to know who those kids are to make sure that they get all the resources that they deserve, that they're entitled to, that the government puts money for them. And Ms. Flores knows what those things are, and she makes sure that those dollars get to the students that they need to get to. She's a great resource on campus. I've already said you sit on our boards, and you're an angel. Thank you for being a strong advocate for our most at promise families and our most at promise students. I know these are the students that will come back and will not forget what you did for them. Maya Angelou always says, you know, people will forget what you do, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. I know that the way you make many of our students feel, they will never forget that. And as you send them off into the world or into society, know that you've made a difference. And one day one will come back, hopefully more than that, and they will let you know what a difference you've made. Thank you, my dear friend and colleague, for continuing the work with those SARB-DARB hearings. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Ms. Flores, well, being a social worker is not an easy job. And really, I believe those are angels that are here with us, especially those that work with our foster youth and our unhoused students. Those students have been through so much instability, but you bring that stability to their life. You bring that fierce advocacy, and you also bring that warm and caring nature. And truly, that makes such a difference for some of our most at promise students. And you have demonstrated how much you care about our students in this district, and you go above and beyond in every opportunity that you get. So thank you again for everything that you do for our foster youth and our unhoused students. And we wish we could just clone you and have a lot of you throughout our schools, but we are so thankful for everything that you've done and you continue to do for our students and their families. Thank you.
Diana, I think you and I met about a year ago at Arroyo High School's back to school night, and we were talking about McLaren Children's Center and the need to find new office space and a whole bunch of things. But during the entire discussion we were having, your comments focused on our students, where I was talking about logistics of where you guys are going to move to, and office space, and, you know, are you going to continue on with us? And your sincere hope was that yes, that I will stay here in this area to continue to work with students here in El Monte, and particularly in El Monte Union. When students enter when families enter the DCFS system, oftentimes they're in a crisis. And it's through, again, we've said this tonight multiple times, angels like you, that those students, those families, they receive the assistance that they need, the care that they most deserve, and that they are given the resources that they need in order to come out of that crisis and receive some semblance of stability. So it is my honor to be here with you tonight, a privilege to stand before you and recognize you, and just wish, as Dr. Guzman just shared, that we could clone you over and over and over again, because we need more people like you everywhere, not just here in El Monte, but throughout the world, because you all do amazing things. You step up when many people would rather step away, and you take on these challenges, and so oftentimes you bear that burden alone, but know that you have an incredible family here at El Monte Union, and that we genuinely and truly appreciate the hard work that you put in, not just as a social worker, but as a family member here within our district who cares for our families and students. So on behalf of the board, I have a certificate of recognition for you, presented to Diana Flores, in heartfelt appreciation of your instrumental support and unwavering dedication to the Student Support Services team at El Monte Union High School District. Your commitment to uplifting students, empowering families, and strengthening our community has made a lasting impact. Your compassion, collaboration, and advocacy have helped create a supportive environment where all students can thrive. Congratulations from the El Monte Union High School District Board of Trustees tonight, June 11, 2025. Congrats.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your kind words. I am humbled to receive this recognition and also honored to be privileged to work alongside dedicated and kind-hearted professionals within the district at all the school sites. Thank you.
Diana Supervisor, do you want to come up? Maria, if you want to come and organize this. Can we give a final round of applause to all of our honorees tonight? At this time, the board is going to take a short recess. We'll reconvene at 8:45. There is a reception in the lobby, cake and some beverages to celebrate with our honorees tonight. Thank you, everybody. Those of you who are staying, you're welcome to stay and enjoy yourselves. Everybody else, please have a safe drive home, and we will reconvene at 8:45. The board is now reconvening from our recess. Another congratulations to all of our honorees tonight, and thank you for everyone who is still with us tonight, both in person and online. At this time, we are going to move to item number 9 under section B, which is public comments. Before I call up our speakers, I do want to read the following. For public comment, each speaker shall have a maximum of 3 minutes. All request forms must be submitted prior to the commencement of the public comment portion of the meeting. Addressing the Board of Trustees. Members of the public who wish to address the Board of Trustees on any matter within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Trustees may do so during the public comment portion of the Board of Trustees agenda. However, pursuant to provisions of the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54950 et seq., the Board of Trustees, except under very specific emergency circumstances, will not be able to act on any matter discussed during the public comment portion of the agenda until such matter is properly placed on a future meeting agenda. The Board of Trustees may direct district staff to investigate and/or schedule certain matters for consideration at a future board meeting. The Board of Trustees cannot respond to specific questions from the public. If you wish to address the board during the meeting, please complete the request form and hand it to the executive secretary or superintendent prior to the commencement of the public comment section, or your name may not be called upon. When called upon by the board president, each person shall step up to the microphone, shall give his or her name with the organization or other party he or she represents, if any, and speak in an audible tone of voice for the record, and limit his or her comment statements to 3 minutes. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each subject matter to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. All remarks shall be addressed to the Board of Trustees as a body and not to any individual member thereof. While members of the public may pose general queries to the Board of Trustees as a whole, the members of the public shall refrain from posing individualized queries to any individual Board of Trustees member, particularly on matters completely unrelated to district business. Once the speaker has completed his or her comments, members of the Board of Trustees may, but shall not be obligated to, request brief clarification from the speaker or staff on any matter discussed by the speaker, provided again that no action may be taken on any matter discussed by the speaker until placed on a future Board of Trustees agenda. The board need not allow the public to speak on any item that has already been considered by a committee composed exclusively of board members at a public meeting where the public had the opportunity to address the committee on that item. However, if the board determines that the item has been substantially changed since the committee heard the item, the board shall provide an opportunity for the public to speak. And that's Government Code Section 54954.3. Standards of decorum. While the right of members of the public to offer comment includes the right to offer criticism, members of the public are encouraged to keep their comments civil and germane to matters that are relevant to the business of the district and its operations. Members of the public are asked to refrain from engaging in personal insults or the use of vulgar or offensive language, particularly where such comments do not have any relevance or connection to criticism of board actions, operations, or policies, or policies, business, or that deprives others of the right to address the Board of Trustees and hear or view the proceedings. Speakers are asked to be mindful of the presence of minors in the audience and are encouraged to conduct themselves in a manner that sets a positive example to the children served by the district. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the Board of Trustees and, if necessary, removal from the board meeting. At this time, I have already spoken to Mr. Bolin regarding comment cards that were submitted regarding advanced placement programs at Mountain View High School or math courses at Mountain View High School. There were 17 cards that were submitted. After speaking with Mr. Bolin, 7 individuals have been selected to speak on behalf of this topic. 2 individuals have requested additional time. If there's consensus from the board, we will limit discussion to 20 minutes for this item, allowing Mr. Bolin and Mrs. Monica Tomoyasu additional time to make their comments. Is there consensus from the board on that?
Yes. Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up Mr. Jeff Bolin, math teacher at Mountain View High School.
Thank you. President Briones, if I could have an extra minute to acknowledge the people that will not get to speak.
Go ahead.
I'd like to give a heartfelt thanks to all of our former students. If everyone could stand up for a minute, all of our students from Mountain View High School. Thank you so much for being here. I reached out to these students on Saturday, only a few days notice, and this is what showed up in support for our school. Our school is a special place. Members of the board, district personnel, I'm here speaking at a third meeting in a row to fight for the future of Mountain View High School, a school that I care deeply about. I was 21 years old when I started teaching at Mountain View and have just completed my 27th year of teaching. It truly is my home. This history explains why I take it personally when decisions are made that erode the academic programs at Mountain View. Out of the 5 classes that I taught 2 school years ago, 3 of them are not being offered next school year. Academic Decathlon, AP Computer Science A, and AP Calculus BC. We will not be offering French 3 or AP French. We will not be offering AP Spanish Literature. We will no longer have a single 4-year language sequence that students on our campus can take. This type of sequence is highly recommended by all top-tier colleges. We are asking for a promise from our students entering our newly created accelerated math program. They are dedicating themselves to a 4-year math sequence. Will they still live up to their end of the bargain when they see how willing we are to not follow through on our promises? My 17 juniors in Calculus AB this year were told that if they took Integrated 3 or Pre-Calculus during one of their summers, they could take BC their senior year. They spent their summer getting ahead and are now being told that that was a waste of time. I'm a little confused as to why these programs are being cut. Our Calculus BC program was started in 2002 with 12 students enrolled in the class. Our administrators were excited to be able to offer it and say that we were the only school at the time that was offering all 4 AP math classes. Our numbers in BC have since fluctuated from 10 to 25 students. Never in those 23 years was there talk of eliminating the program. Why now? My only conjecture is that we have become too top-heavy in the district in the past decade. While our number of students has declined, we have seen a commensurate decline in the number of teachers and soon in the number of counselors. But we have not seen a comparable decline in the number of administrators. While our population has declined by over 40%, we still have the same number of administrators, even though many of their past duties have been picked up by our student affairs director, our instructional coach, our EL TOSA, and our EL counselor. We have one main job as a school and as a district. That job is to educate our students. We should be keeping cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. If we are not educating our students, what are we doing? Stop hiring teachers based on a staffing ratio. Hire teachers based on what classes students need. While Calculus BC is not being offered at Mountain View next year, it is scheduled to be offered at Monte, Rosemead, and Arroyo. Why do we have a 2-tier system of schools in this district? Why do my students not get the same opportunities as other students in the district? We've had a problem at Mountain View over the past decade of losing many of our students to other schools in the district. If we follow through with the proposed cuts, we are going to lose even more of our students. We are at an inflection point. This decision very well could be the tipping point, sending Mountain View into a downward spiral. I implore you, your constituents implore you, don't give up on Mountain View. Let our students and community know that you value them.
Next up, Jesus Castellanos. Jesus Castellanos. And I will ask the audience if we can refrain from interrupting the speakers during their time.
I'd like to thank the board and the community for giving me the opportunity to address the board and the attendees. My name is Jesus Castellanos, and I am a graduate of Mountain View class of 2012. Although my time at Mountain View came to a conclusion 13 years ago, the impacts from my education there continue to serve me in a positive manner to this day. Specifically, the advanced placement curriculum of AB and BC Calculus, in which I felt challenged in ways that other classes did not. It was because of teachers like Mr. Boland that many of us were able to succeed in higher education and in our professional endeavors. I know I speak for the majority of alumni when I say that reduction or elimination of these programs are detrimental to the success of high-achieving students in our community. As a non-educator, I do not pretend to understand the intricacies and the logistics involved behind staffing and recruiting for these programs, but as an alumni, I can attest to their benefit. If our community continues to be placed in these disadvantaged situations by transient administrators who can realistically expect for enrollment to continue to drop. Although some key decision makers may have already locked in on a decision, I urge the board and the administrators to act in the best interests of the community which it serves and which elected it, and not in the interests of boosting statistics that may help them leapfrog to their next opportunity. As a community member that is genuinely invested in the success of all students, I urge you to reconsider the cancellation or reduction of these programs. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to hearing from other members of the community who share these similar concerns.
Next up, Nancy Kwan. Nancy Kwan.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here today to talk a little bit about my experiences as a Mountain View alumna, as a citizen of this community, as well as a teacher of students who will one day attend some of your schools. And hopefully you can reconsider cutting some of the classes at Mountain View next school year, some of which have helped me get to where I am today. So to share a little bit, during my junior year of high school, some of the French classes were cut at Mountain View, so anyone who had finished French 2 couldn't continue in the 4-year language series. However, because of Miss Ann's dedication to me and my peers, on her own time, I was able to passed the French 3 test, and during my senior year of high school, I was able to continue and complete French 4 AP. And later, I would find out in college that because I completed the 4-year series in a foreign language in high school, that satisfied 2 of my UC graduation requirements before I even attended college. I also had the opportunity to take Calculus AB and BC with Mr. Boland. And because I took both classes and passed, I didn't have to take any placement tests going into college. And I went straight into the next required math class. And I also want to mention that I would be way worse off taking that college math class if I wasn't exposed to the way Mr. Boland taught math, because the way he teaches it makes math make the most sense. So I don't have the time today to go over the vision and mission statement of the district and Mountain View High School, but I did want to highlight some key phrases, the commitments that your district is making to the community, to your students, and to the families, which is, it promises a challenging and rigorous curriculum to all students, which includes Mountain View High School students, and to prepare them to be college ready and lifelong learners. So I implore you today to keep these classes at Mountain View, especially when you have dedicated teachers who are willing to teach these classes, and also students that want to take these classes and want to continue their learning. So please give them the opportunity and the skills and the resources to compete with other students at other schools, districts around the country, and so that they can excel and they have the opportunity to jumpstart their future. And this is not only for your current Mountain View students, but for incoming and future Mountain View students. Thank you so much.
Samuel Fung. Samuel Fung. Samuel Fung.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Samuel Funks. 3 of my children graduated from Mountain View High School. And my youngest one graduated in 2021, and he'll be graduating from UCI this week with double degree in computer science and informatics, right? Now, I also a member of the curriculum advisory panel for Kelsey Long Beach, as well as Mount Sac. Right? I've been involved with these activities since 2008. And I also got involved with some of these global student competition program for almost 15 years. In general, STEM is a key education that affects a lot of students, affects a lot of people's life. Mathematics is one of the key pillars for STEM. I don't understand why it's being cut. Every science, engineering major has a hard requirement on mathematics. Okay, simply put, if you want to maintain education, you cannot cut mathematics. Simple as that. Right? If you cut that, you will put a very large population of our students at huge disadvantage. Okay, we're moving into a complex world with very polarized, a lot of problems. Right? With AI coming, we need to prepare our students far more better in technology, not cutting them. Okay? I don't know what the board's thinking. Okay? Now, I'm not speaking on my family behalf because my kids are done. But I live in El Monte for 35 years. I don't plan to move. And my kid's gonna live here. Right? I care for this community. I've been part of the band parent for more than 10 years. My wife, her passion's in it. She passed away in February this year, suffering from 6 years of cancer. You know what? Last year, she's still at the 4th of July fireworks show to raise money for the band. Right? We know money is an issue. You know, the board has a juggle in funding and things like that, right? But do not look at math as an item you just check off. That's one item you cannot check off. Right? I hope you take that, in consideration. Thank you.
George Aguilar.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is George Aguilar. I recently became aware that the district is considering cutting several AP courses, including Calculus BC, from the available classes at Mountain View High School. I'm here to urge the Mountain View administration and the board to keep Mountain View's AP programs in place. I'm a Mountain View High School graduate, class of 2007, Boise State delegate, and current resident of El Monte. I'm also a graduate of UC Berkeley, Maryland Law, UCLA Law, and I've practiced law for 10 years. I don't know if I would have had those opportunities if I hadn't set foot in Mr. Boland's calculus class. Among my peers, I can count engineers, accountants, business people, medical professionals, IT professionals, scientists, and others for whom the availability of AP courses at Mountain View was instrumental in their educational and career paths. Current and future MVHS students should be afforded that same opportunity. Currently, Calculus BC is indispensable for someone who wants to become an engineer or a mathematician. Whether or not you enjoy math or intend on pursuing a career in STEM, the reality is that top universities want to see students' transcripts replete with AP and IB classes and extracurriculars. 20 years ago, I felt pressure to have 6 or 7 AP classes my senior year. College admissions have only gotten more competitive in the intervening period. Cutting Calculus BC and other AP courses actively hurts current students' prospects. A student wishing to continue to BC would have to graduate or have to transfer to another school, or if they're unable to for whatever reason or any reason, they may have to take the course online. Students, parents, and educators who lived through the pandemic know how uncertain a proposition that is. I can't speak to why intra-district transfers became normalized here or to any of the other administrative decisions that seem to have naturally led to declining AP enrollment, but we know that course offerings drive school selection and transfer decisions. Cutting Calculus BC will reduce the number of enrollees at MVHS interested in taking AP classes. Given the downward pressure, it's not hard to imagine the cuts continuing in the near term. Calculus AB and a whole suite of other AP classes will have their year-to-year numbers dwindle. Dwindling enrollment also affects the school's funding overall, also affecting students who aren't taking AP courses. Attendance counts all day, every day, right? Calculus BC is essentially a capstone course, a keystone species, without which the ecosystem crumbles. On this very building, you'll see 2013 AP National District of the Year proudly emblazoned on the facade, letting passersby know of our community's achievement. It's a district-wide award, not an award for an individual school. I understand that the award was made a decade ago and circumstances have changed. I think we're all sensitive to the budgetary constraints schools have to work with. Still, this board should act in the best interests of all its constituents who it serves and do what it can to reverse the trend of removing or redistributing resources away from these communities. Thank you for your consideration. Go Vikings.
Gabriel Panuco. Gabriel Panuco.
Okay, good evening, everyone. As you heard, my name is Gabriel Panuco Mercado. I am here to speak, like many of you, in defense of these AP programs and different programs that are potentially being cut at Mountain View. I'm a proud graduate of Mountain View High School. I graduated with the class of 2019. I went on and graduated from Georgetown in 2023, and I'm a current PhD student at Stanford University. All of this is to say that I really benefited a lot from the different AP programs and performing arts programs at Mountain View High School. I was actually a part of Mr. Boland's AP Computer Science class as a senior. So it's really tragic that these programs are facing potential cuts. My peers have said and will say much about the importance of these programs. I want to take these minutes to remind you about the bigger picture in American education. I think it's really important to contextualize it along with our local smaller picture. As you might very well know, currently the federal government is slashing TRIO programs like the Harvey Mudd College Upward Bound, attempting to slash Pell Grants, upholding the end of affirmative action, and attempting to end programs deemed DEI. So by cutting AP programs at Mountain View High School, you're making our students a lot less competitive in an environment that's not only less equitable, but much more hostile to first-generation students. The federal government is wielding its power to hold back students like ours. Why are Mountain View administrators and the district board adding their part by cutting AP programs and other programs at Mountain View? Now that we know the bigger picture in American education, I want to say the following plainly and respectfully. According to Transparent California, from 2020 to 2023, administrators' total pay and benefits at Mountain View High School grew collectively by at least $171,000, just between 4 administrators. Our tax dollars compensate you generously. I would hope that that motivates you to save these programs and to support our students. I want to say one more thing in this last minute. I study history, so I want to share some history. During the Civil Rights Movement, our ancestors and our elders, Asian American, Chicano, Latino, Indigenous, African American, immigrants, citizens, next to each other, they fought for our access to good quality education for people like yourselves to become members of these boards. During the same Civil Rights Movement, Dr. MLK Jr. asked, what good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger? So I offer an imperfect analogy. What good is an education if you can't have the best education possible? We know there's a new civil rights movement going on outside these doors. It's happening in this room. We're all a part of it. Be on the right side and don't take resources away from our students during this precious moment. Thank you.
Monica Tomoyasu. Mrs. Tomoyasu has requested an additional minute and a half. If there's no objection from the board, you've got your 4.5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Monica Tomoyasu, and I'm a teacher at Mountain View High School. I'm respectfully addressing the board this evening on behalf of James Sien. James is unable to be here this evening as he is currently on the East Coast studying at both Johns Hopkins University as well as MIT. The following is James's plea to our school board. As an alum, the calculus courses at Mountain View High School have been the most impactful experience in my career as an engineer. Without calculus, I would not have had the minimum foundation to pursue an education in STEM, since many, if not all, universities require both calculus AB and BC courses to be considered for admission. Not offering calculus would exacerbate the ongoing problem of shorting high-achieving students the opportunities to dive into STEM, especially Mountain View High School students that may not have access to external resources. Cutting the calculus program would not only hinder the potential of many students, but would be a choice to purposefully limit their bright futures going into science and technology. To limit the potential of Mountain View High's high-achieving students is completely senseless, as those are the students that actively seek challenging courses in preparation of entering the competitive college environment. Instead, the focus should be shifted on driving student success with the support of esteemed educators. Please do not limit the potential of future students by removing opportunities like calculus from their educational path. Every student deserves the chance to thrive academically, to be challenged, and to discover their true potential. I implore you to consider offering calculus for the sake of future students. Please allow those students to dream big, reach higher, and inspire greatness. There are absolutely no drawbacks of offering calculus. In fact, here are some benefits of offering calculus, especially for students coming from underrepresented communities and/or low-income backgrounds. 1, college admissions requirements for STEM. Without the opportunity to enroll in calculus courses, students are at a huge disadvantage in the college admissions process. 2, college readiness and success. Calculus prepares students for university-level courses, providing foundational problem-solving and critical thinking skills critical to engineering, physics, computer science, and medical fields. 3, it strengthens the school's academic profile. Students enrolled in calculus show strong commitment to academic excellence and preparation for post-secondary success. 4, it inspires and encourages students to pursue careers in STEM. These calculus courses typically foster the next generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. 5, college credit and reduction in tuition. For students coming from underrepresented and/or low-income communities, students that pass AP exams may earn college credit, which can reduce the time and cost required to complete a degree. Additionally, they may be able to pursue multiple degrees that require those foundational courses. On behalf of James Sien and all future students, please do not limit our students in their quest for academic excellence and advancement. Please support our school and continue to allow our students the opportunity to enroll in not only Calculus A, B, and BC, but also in other programs that have suffered setbacks and cuts, such as computer science and our foreign language program. French 3 and AP French were not offered this past school year. Furthermore, Mountain View High School will not be offering AP Spanish literature next year. Essentially, by eliminating these courses, the district is limiting our students in their endeavors to challenge themselves, to thrive academically, and to attend some of the top universities in our country, as well as receive prestigious academic scholarships like the Gates Scholarship. Last year, a former Mountain View High School student who currently attends Stanford expressed how students at Mountain View felt overlooked by our district. It broke my heart to hear that this student felt disregarded. And to quote what you quoted earlier, Maya Angelou famously stated, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." This quote emphasizes the lasting impact of emotional experiences on our students and the importance of considering how one's actions and words affect others' feelings. I respectfully ask you to consider saving these programs and courses. Please make our Mountain View High School students feel valued as they sail courageously into their bright futures rather than feel as though they are flotsam that are tossed off our Viking family ship. Thank you for your time.
The following individuals also submitted public comment cards on this topic: Narissa Fung Font, Luis Bojorquez, Andrea Sanchez, Daisy Luna, Jessica C. Apologize if I, Cien, thank you. George Martinez or Jorge Martinez, Douglas Pursley, Kevin Solis, Heidi Scanlon, Jennifer Gonzalez, and James Cien. Thank you. Next up, if I could have the following speakers line up to speak, starting with Mr. Donald Quick, then followed by Stephen Gov, G-O-V, it looks like, and finally, Mr. Jeff Morris.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. What a beautiful show of support and community power. Right now, our community is under attack. And I don't know about you, but I'm hella triggered right now for a lot of reasons. And the main one being the kidnapping of members of our community all around us. And it's so overwhelming. It isn't as much reported the movement of people that are pushing back against that and organizing to make sure that that doesn't continue forever, that eventually we will turn the tide, that eventually we will stop that from happening in our communities. That doesn't get reported, but it's happening. I want to invite people to join the Community Self-Defense Coalition, a group of over 60 nonprofits and many individuals who are fighting against the attacks on our community. Community Self-Defense Coalition. People are fighting back right now in a lot of meaningful ways. They're stopping ICE actions from happening. They're driving ICE out of communities. And I want to invite you into that group. Everybody has a role to play. It doesn't have to be something public-facing or risky. Everybody can do something to protect our communities. Everybody has a role to play in organizing against this onslaught. Right now it's Pride Month. It's also Indigenous Peoples Month in Canada. I like to hold on to that because for me, I'm bisexual, and it's been hard to celebrate Pride Month. But you know what? Part of Pride isn't just celebrating, but also standing up. And when I asked people to stand by me the last meeting, and they did, that was beautiful, and I want to express thank you for that. And I was also talking to myself when I said that. Stand by me. I want to uplift all of you and appreciate that, and thank you for standing by each other.
Stephen Gov. Stephen, you didn't indicate a topic on your card.
I would like to talk about the cuts that we're making to top-end courses at Mountain View High School.
So we've limited the discussion to 20 minutes on that item. I'll ask my colleagues if they're okay with allowing Mr.
I'm
Gov.
okay with listening to him. You know, he's
Good.
He's a college student. and
Go
he's
ahead, then
come
you'll have
here
your 3
tonight.
minutes.
Cool, thank you. Good evening, board members, administration, and community. I'm Stephen Gov. I graduated from Mountain View High School in 2018 as valedictorian. Look, I know you're facing incredibly complex decisions every day. Trust me, I can relate. As a software engineer at Intuit, I navigate complex problems and have trade-offs and ripple effects. So I appreciate the thoughts and effort you pour into your positions. But tonight, I'm here to talk about the impact of the decision that you're currently making, and it's on your table. It's cutting advanced courses like AP Calculus. Look, I'm not here to protest. I'm here to ask, what are we really cutting when we remove classes like that? You look at your budgets, enrollment numbers, academic performance data, you allocate resources across the district based on these visible numbers on your spreadsheets. But I want you to consider another set of data, another set of numbers, the ones that don't always appear on any sheet. So what is the invisible cost when a school in a city like El Monte removes the pathways that lead to a higher education and competitive careers? What is an unseen impact that students, as I was, who might start off as a struggle, but with the right tools can find right breakthroughs? These invisible numbers are the aspirations, hopes, and potential in every student. I see them, many other students see them, and deep down, I believe that you all see them too. You, as board members, build our district's future. You lay the blueprints for students to succeed. So when you cut programs like AP Calculus, it's not just a budget cut. It's cutting off opportunities, one that champions every student's potential, ensuring that they have every tool to solve to complex problems of their own future. There are complex decisions that shape our students. I am a proud Viking, and that fact will never change. And when I look back, all I see are my invisible numbers, the challenging problems that reshape my thinking, my dreams of becoming a software engineer, and the confidence that fueled my journey. So please, don't let those invisible numbers become the unfulfilled potential of the students who follow. I see my invisible numbers, and I hope you'll all ensure that others will see them too. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Bolin, for everything. Thank you.
Jeff Morris. Jeff Morris.
Hello. I have two comments to make. The first one is as a member of the South El Monte High School PTSA. It was mentioned earlier, but I'm going to say it as part of my presentation. We were able at South El Monte PTSA to award 69 graduating seniors college scholarships of $1,000 each for a total of $69,000. And this was due to the hard work and efforts of our PTSA members, and I would like to acknowledge them for all their hard work and efforts. That would be Irene Rosas, Natalia Vasquez, Alex Colis Vasquez, Cristina Cadillo, Melina Flores, Chris Cordova, Elizabeth Hernandez, Alicia Rodriguez, Patty Fierros, and Ingrid Aguilar. Without their dedicated efforts, this could not happen. Next, on behalf of the South El Monte Gay Straight Alliance Club, which I started when I was a teacher, before I retired, obviously, I'd like to personally thank Mr. Briones for coming to South El Monte High School on May 29th to speak to approximately 60 students in 2 sessions for about 45 minutes each about his work as a senior deputy supervisor and LGBTQ liaison for the LA County Board of Supervisors, as well as his own personal experiences as a gay man growing up in El Monte. This was a unique experience for our students. Some teachers signed up and brought their students over to the little theater. And after speaking, he was also able to answer questions from the students. So it was a very worthwhile effort. And I appreciate his time in coming to speak. And we were talking afterward and had lunch. And I asked him what year he graduated from high school. And he graduated from Mountain View in the year 2000. And I asked him if he had gone to grad night at Disneyland. He said, no, unfortunately, he had a unfortunate accident where he was hurt seriously. And I'm laughing because he's laughing about it, telling me, and he was never had the opportunity to go. Well, as a thank you, sir, I just happened to be there at grad night 2000. I was chaperoning for South El Monte High School, and I have a grad night Mickey Mouse that I would like to present to you as a thank you for coming to speak to our students and sharing your experiences.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. This means a lot. Just to fill in the blanks there, the injury that he's referring to, those of you who were faculty or staff then, who may or may not remember, I showed up Monday for graduation practice in a knee brace because I had fractured my knee the day before. The good thing was I didn't have to practice for graduation out in the hot sun. I got to sit in the shade in the back. But that also meant that I was very limited in my mobility. So thank you for that, Mr. Morris. I do appreciate it. And just thank you for inviting me to speak to the students at South. Thank you to all our speakers tonight. That concludes our public comment. Those of you who are staying for the meeting, you're welcome to do so. You're also welcome to watch us from the comfort of your own home. If you are going to exit the boardroom at this time, we do ask that you do so in a quiet manner as to not disrupt the remainder of the meeting. But again, you are all welcome to stay. Caveat, if you are going to go outside and have any conversations, the breezeway here, it carries all the audio in here. So if you're going to have any conversations, I recommend either on the sidewalk on Valley or in the parking lot off of Johnson. Thank you again. We're going to continue with our meeting at this time. So at this time, we will move on to communication from union representatives from the El Monte Union Educators Association. Is there an EMUA? Thank you, Mr. Quick. Come on up.
So I got to say it louder for the people in the back, right? Now? Oh, maybe really louder, right? For the people outside in their cars.
Don, if you want to give them a few seconds to clear out.
That way nobody will have to hear this part, right? I'm reading an open letter from the EMUHSD Executive Board about many of the issues that are impacting us throughout the district. First and foremost, safety. Our district's been proactive in distributing Know Your Rights cards and information to protect students from raids by ICE. Forms for caregiver plans and safety protocols have been shared, but safety protocols were overly vague or not refined or practiced. Students and staff have Know Your Rights cards, but may or may not know how to use those cards to help defend their rights. Our students and staff are still afraid. Students around the U.S. have been kidnapped by federal agents while walking from school or participating in school activities, and you've seen more examples, obviously, recently. There are mixed levels of readiness for such a scenario in our district. We expect that safety plans be distributed to all staff in writing and be followed at all times. on our school campuses, and that school officials will protect the safety of all of our students. We expect that plans will continually be adjusted as needed, and that any changes be made collaboratively and with an emphasis on student safety as a guiding principle. Excuse me. We expect the safety of our students to remain paramount in action plans and practices carried out in collaboration with security and other outside agencies. We wonder why it took so long to receive a statement from the school district about the ICE raids and police brutality this past weekend, and appreciate also the social media message verifying that Mountain View was clear earlier today. Such notices have been very widely spread, and it is important to go and check people that have that ability to do so safely, not alone or in a pop-up fashion. In a disorganized fashion would be unsafe, but safely, those who are representing the school, that's appreciated when that is done. Representation is the second issue. Bargaining unit members have the right to representation from a local representative of their choice. There have been instances of representatives being denied entry to meetings and employees put on leave without being allowed communication with their local EMUHSD representative. What I'm referring to is a notice that it looks like you can't talk to anybody, even your representative, when it's really referring to not talking to, not spreading rumors and that nature. I think that needs to be clarified. These employees have been given directives from the school district that they not communicate to anybody about the issue under investigation. Again, we think that needs to be clarified. It's caused issues for people not getting representation. This gives the appearance of intimidation and results in unit members not realizing their right to representation and due process. The right to representation must be respected fully. Consultation is the third point. We expect it and is legal obligation that any changes to working conditions be bargained with the EMUHSD bargaining team who represent us, regardless of whether such changes apply during summer session or the regular school year, whether they occur during the normal school day or after hours. Just as we would expect that EMUHSD leadership at the appropriate level be notified of major issues, including concerns over course offerings, upcoming transfers, possible disciplinary actions, or HR issues in a timely and collaborative fashion, we would expect that summer school schedules and details be discussed with plenty of time to consider and discuss. Not to communicate advance notice to EMUHSD leadership has the appearance of cowardice on the part of district leadership and lacks transparency and respect. We expect the district to adhere to agreements made. For example, agreeing to provide bereavement leave for reproductive loss at the bargaining table and then preventing such leave when a member tried to use it. The fourth point is on summer school. It is concerning that after people signed up for summer school, extra duties were added to the assignments with no recognition of or apology about the delay in communication from the school district about the changes. We would expect that because you changed the usual summer school assignment after asking people to commit, that you would respect the wishes of people who no longer wish to work summer school under the new agreement by offering them to opt out of their prior assignment without jeopardizing any future assignments. In the future, we expect that meetings about details of new policies or assignments bargained would include local EMUHSD leadership at the applicable work sites and address employee questions in a collegial fashion, asking people to sign up only after they have an understanding of their assignments. We expect questions to be answered honestly and completely to local leadership so that staff can obtain the answers that they need, no matter who they should ask. The fifth point is educational program. Having a robust educational program with a diverse range of course offerings is central to a quality education. Yet rather than building upon our pre-existing program, the district seems intent on reducing course offerings such as advanced foreign languages, advanced mathematics, computer science, culinary arts, humanities, and ethnic studies. We propose instead expanding such programs together to better meet the educational needs of our students. Integrity is point 6. We need to lead by example. Why is it that cuts are only for the students and the workers, but not for management? Why are classes and positions among workers being cut, but management positions being increased? The double standard doesn't make any sense. We need to practice integrity when making decisions. Sincerely, EMUEA Executive Board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Quick. Is there a representative from CSEA Chapter 11 here? Seeing no rep, we will move on. This time we'll move on to board and superintendent announcements and communications. I'll start tonight with Dr. Zuniga.
I just want to congratulate the class of 2025 and the schools who put on a memorable commencement ceremony for all of our families and our graduates and our future students, hopefully, that they get to see the opportunity to showcase what El Monte High School District provides to our families, our community, and putting on a wonderful program in regards to their commencement ceremonies too. And appreciate the board in supporting all graduations and supporting all senior activity events during the busy time of the year of June. We know that it's been evenings for every one of us for the last couple of weeks too. So also appreciation for our cabinet team too, who has been supportive of our schools as they progress and they continue to do their job while also holding down the fort and supporting the school administration and the school staff and celebrating their students too as well. And I wanted just to share my thoughts a little bit about what we finished talking about, and with the understanding that the master schedule is complex. We understand that we're all facing within our school system a decline in student enrollment, and we're having to also support the students who are struggling in courses that are entering their high school year, such as Intermediate Math 1, for example. I want to highlight Intermediate Math 1 because I think the district and the board worked together on ensuring that math was a priority. And today's message was not about reduction in sections. Today's message was that we need to set a standard in mathematics from the start so our students can build a strong foundation in mathematics, allow them to enter high-level courses. And as we navigate the course and master schedule, the decision to either reduce or eliminate any section or any course itself is challenging for all of us, not just our teachers or our school administrators. That we work hand in hand with our school administrators in providing solutions to what could potentially retain courses. But also, folks have to meet us halfway too about the understanding that you may not be able to offer a specific course with 5, 6, 7, 8 students, and yet take away from the IM1s, IM2 course reductions as well, because something's going to give, especially with a block schedule school like Monte High School as well. So we made that effort in providing options to our school administration team to share with the department chair. There was a solution at that time, but it's also with the understanding that it's got to be an agreeable solution too. And that also has been the challenge for us too. But we haven't given up. We continue to find ways to explore about how we can be supportive of our students' needs, not just at the AP level, but also across the board too. I just wanted to also thank today's folks that came by and spent time with us to express their concern. I too am a graduate from our district too. I have experienced a lot of times when things were challenging for us through budget cuts in 2012, an assistant superintendent of ed services at HR who had to go through layoffs. No permanent employees have been laid off in this district. The temporary assignments that were once provided to us at the return of COVID was for the purpose of supporting our students in return of COVID. That becomes challenging when there is a push for retention, when funding has been reduced not only for this district, but even across our nation, within our state system too. We'll cover today's budget. We'll cover today's local control and accountability plan that will foresee the future. And as my commitment is, I will continue to have a listening ear. I welcome the association to come and meet us halfway as well and speak to us about concerns And there's an opportunity for us all the time within the union president, myself, with our cabinet team and the e-board to have those conversations, and not just listening to them tonight as well. So we're here to work together. We're here to listen to, but also we're here to collaborate and try to solve those issues together too. So I just wanted to express that as superintendent, my obligation to our students, our staff, our community, and also, just the appreciation of what the outcome has been for the Mount View High School students that we're here today too. That is the fruits of our labor, of not only Mr. Bolin, but the entire school community there at Mount View High School, as well as the district's commitment to, prioritize our students too. So I'll stop there, but again, it's important to hear these students speak as well, but also it's important to understand that there's variables that are happening when you're building the master schedule, and one thing can affect another too, and we need to be cognizant about that too. And unfortunately, these former students tonight will never see that, because obviously the master schedule is built in the process of the school staff, the administration team too, and the work with the department chairs as well. Ultimately, the school administrator has the responsibility to finalize that master schedule and to ensure that we not only meet the needs, but also the enrollment and the sections and allocation for department. And it's been challenging for them too. So I just wanted to share that, President Bionis, on behalf of the district. I know that you have been in touch with many of our students, former students online, our staff as well. But again, we're not going to turn a blind eye. We're going to continue to work together. If summer does happen and there's some other solutions to resolve that issue, we're happy to do so. There's no elimination of calculus. Calculus exists at Mount View High School. The actual core of allowing our students to finish a four-year math program is still available, an option for Mount View High School students. It may not be an AP statistics class, a BC class, but it could be an AP statistics class as well. It's still a high math class that allows them for the 4 years too. So we looked at the AP course offerings across the board over Mount View High School. Let's just say over a 3-year trend. I think this is the 1 year that out of the trend, it's been the same except for this coming year with two AP course reductions. Within the actual five-year setting across all 5 high schools, you'll see that it's pretty relevant and pretty compatible with amongst course offerings. Yes, we have some bigger schools that have higher, a few more AP course offerings because their population is higher as well, the enrollment too, which allows for a flexible master schedule. These are not block schedules as well, so that provides that too. And I'll be frank with you, it's Arroyo and Rosalie that have those as well. Mount View and South El Monte have had that consistency, having maybe about 4 or 5 less AP course offerings rather than the actual schools too, I believe, somewhere between 4 or 5 course offerings too. And we'll share that data with the board so that they also see the big picture about the commitment to our students from this district about not only offering as best as we can AP courses, but also continue our efforts in building the foundation from our middle schools coming in ready, math ready, so that we can increase the enrollment in BC classes, not have to deal with having to make those tough decisions when you only have a handful of students that are moving on to a specific course. So I'll stop there, Mr. President, but thank you for allowing me the time just to elaborate on that. I just wanted to be sure that that was something that was shared this evening as well, as we continue to navigate through this.
Thank you, Dr. Zuniga, and I do appreciate your comments providing some clarity to questions that were raised tonight. As I shared before public comment, I know that since this item is not on the agenda, it's not something that we can take action on, nor can we discuss, but we can provide some brief clarifying comments on some of the issues that were raised, and I do appreciate that. Moving right along to board communication, I will start with my colleague to my left, Trustee Nguyen, and as a reminder, if we could limit our comments to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I try my best. First of all, congratulations on the class of 2025 from all El Monte Union High School District. There are many activities I attended, but I just want to highlight the event, 2 events. The event yesterday, I and Ms. Salinitro, Rosemead principal, went to Muscatel promotion class promotion. And, this is the first time, that the Rosemary principal ever been invited to the promotion of feeder school. And it's amazing. And since the change in leadership at Rosemary School District, the 180-degree turnaround from inside out. And, the collaboration, what I mean from inside out, from outside, before at night, it's dark, you don't see all the marquee, it's dark, and they don't have anything. Now you can see about a block away, it brighten up. You walk by, it brighten up. And internally, they talking about math. And, they have a plan that in place, already to help. First of all, they not only they have the summer school started, and they also have PCC summer school started. So to, for enrichment, so when the kid, go to our school, so their math will be ready to move on. So what I'm talking about is relationship. Relationship is very important. I work with the board at the Rosemary School District, and Ms. Salinitro work with the principal. And, building a relationship, and, we're able to communicate, and, and it's a wonderful event, because a lot of kids that coming, I think, we have a very promising future for Rosemary High School, very bright, because those kids are ready to go, this class ready to go and, move on very fast. And from what I see, and, thank you, the new superintendent, for their warm welcome us, to their graduation, their promotion, and the board also. And, we're looking forward to collaboration, especially in math. My niche is math. Like people say, math is a key to a gateway to a lot of field that you want to study, either in medicine, in engineering, or whatever. You need math. But in order to go to high math, you must have a strong foundation from the bottom, to build up. So that's why what we're doing right now at the school district, we have a baseline, to support the higher math level. And we're working very hard on it. And I want people to know that we're working very hard, from all feeder schools. Some feeder schools are cooperative, some are not. But put it that way. And, we want us to work as a team, okay? And the second thing I want to bring it up is the math textbook adoption. 11 or 12 years ago, when the first textbook adoption, I had the first edition, and I strongly against it. And at that time, I was a parent, so my voice doesn't count. So, they adopted it, and it's a big mistake. They mothballed it for 7 out of 12 years. And they use so much, each school side used so much supplement to the point that they supplant the textbook. So this time, the textbook adoption, I want the Ed Service Department to let the board know who are on the panel of the textbook adoption from each school side, and how many publishers that, we are lucky in California because textbook adoption is a big money business. We have so many publishers that are willing to jump in the business. Unlike the other state, I talked to, they have 1 or 2 the most. So I want, who are the publishers, who's are the committee that in the textbook adoption, and who are involved, and who are the administrator, So it's very important. We don't want to have any regret, because if we make a slight mistake, we stuck up for another 10 or 12 years, and it will highly impact our students. And I want even most of our board are not well-versed in math, but I want the board to be well-informed, because the buck stops at us. Either I want the Ed Service Department have a lengthy explanation, or have a study session for the board to understand. I remember Board President Brianna, you did sign up on the textbook adoption on CSBA also, didn't you? I saw your name on it. I attended also, and the last 2 years I attended California Math Council. I went to math textbook adoption. There's a lot of, criteria before they adopt. You know, of course, they have to align with the math framework, but there are the criteria. So based on what criteria they choose the math book. So they said to vote on it. So I want to see the progress, detailed progress of what's happening in the math book adoption. I don't want us to make a mistake again and spend a ton of money. You know, it costs over $1 million to adopt a textbook. And we make a mistake and you know, it's a kind of waste of money. So we want to make the biggest bang for the buck. So of course, the teacher had to buy in. Of course, all the stakeholders had to buy in. But I want the board to be well informed on the textbook adoption, especially math book text adoption. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Trustee Nguyen. Moving on to Trustee Padilla.
Yes, absolutely. First of all, I would also like to congratulate the class of 2025. Congratulations to you guys, and we know you guys will go on and do some wonderful things. Please come back and share. We'd love to hear, like tonight, I truly enjoyed listening to all of these professionals that came back and spoke with us, and we heard from attorneys and scientists and so many other professions. That was really nice. Big kudos to all of the graduations. I know that every single one of my colleagues attended a different comprehensive high school at 7 p.m. on June 15th. I had the great privilege of certifying the graduations for South El Monte High School, District 5, which is my district that I represent, and it was quite an honor. I did also have the opportunity to attend the Fernando R. Ledesma High School graduation. Very classy. Fernando R. Ledesma High School is our continuation school, and it has been tradition that all graduations are done on June 5th. And the difference for Fernando Ledesma is that it is done on June 5th, but every single one of us board members gets to attend their graduation from 5 p.m. to like 6:10 p.m. And these are the students that are the most at promise in our school district that needed that second chance. And it's a very fun and classy event to attend every year. And as all the graduations are, but there's something truly special about seeing students that get a second chance to prove to themselves and to their parents that they can make it. Thank you to Mr. Arteaga, Freddie Arteaga, and your entire staff. Thank you for being so welcoming, such a lively graduation with a lot of music and a lot of positivity, and just truly enjoy it every year. So kudos to you and to your staff. In addition, congratulations to Miss Irene Rosas, the Parent of the Year from South El Monte High School. Again, I say that with great pride because that is the district that I represent. That is not to take away from any of our other parents that got recognized today from their respective schools. Congratulations to you guys as well. Thank you for being so giving of your time, and for your husbands and your partners and your kids that are at home, allowing these parents to be so giving with their time. And we heard tonight so many parents just want to give, and it comes from their heart. And we are truly indebted to all of those parents that make our committees and our school better, and that they give a voice to the children who attend school. And also, like my Parent of the Year this year does not have any children. But I do want to read a poem that pretty much encapsulates, and I did share it with Miss Irene Rosas, and I said, "This is you." And it's by Lillian Katz. She's an early childhood education, retired instructor. She's an author and a key figure in education. She's retired. But she says, quote, "Each of us must come to care about everyone else's children." Remember that Miss Irene Rosas no longer has children at South El Monte High School, but she continues to do that. We must recognize that the welfare of our own children and grandchildren is intimately linked to the welfare of all other people's children. After all, when one of our children needs life-saving surgery, someone else's child will perform it. If one of our children is threatened or harmed by violence, someone else's child will be the responsible for the violent act. The good life for our own children, and I think of all of our South El Monte High School students and all the children in our district, can only be secured only if a good life is also secured for all other people's children. And that encapsulates to me the work that Irene Rosas does. Even though her kids are gone, she continues to care about the kids in my district and in South El Monte High School, and that's very special. Thank you to all of our donors for the thousands and thousands of dollars that they gave our students to continue their college experience or the next chapter in their life as they go to college. Our community is amazing. They truly open their checkbooks and their pockets because they believe in the students of the El Monte Union High School District. Truly enjoyed seeing so many of them and so many scholarships that you gave. And yes, it has been said that the PTSA gave 69 scholarships at $1,000 apiece. They were the biggest donors of scholarships for the El Monte Union High School District, and it gives me great pride that they're able to generate so much of those funds through their swap meet that they have there. And so if you're able to support the South El Monte swap meet, the PTSA, please do so, because this is where the dollars end. That's not to take away from any of our owner donors. You're equally as important. Thank you for believing in our youth. And also, I would be remiss if I did not give any kudos to my foundation, the San Gabriel Valley Business Leadership Foundation. Thank you to Mr. Hector Delgado. Thank you to Angelica Garcia, to Jackie, and to, oh my God, I'm going blank. To Jackie and, I don't want to leave anybody out. Jacqueline Nevares, and also to Miriam Wape, our secretary. Thank you to them. And lastly, yes, I want to give kudos where kudos are due. Okay, or credit where credit is due. I don't mince my words. I'm very critical at times, but also when people do great work, I want to end with acknowledging our superintendent, Dr. Edward Zuniga. Thank you so much for your work. You guys were at every scholarship dinner that we provided, every event, you name it, aside from that. May was a crazy month. I was worn out. I know you were worn out. We were all worn out. You know, we couldn't keep straight which activity was next. But kudos, Dr. Zuniga, for your leadership, and thank you to your cabinet. Thank you to Dr. Michael Lynn. Thank you to Dr. Laura Rivas. Thank you to Robin Torres. You are worth your weight in gold. And you know, the money that you get, the compensation, we cannot compensate you enough. You go above and beyond for the children of this community. And just like I told the parents, I'm indebted to them forever. I'm indebted to you forever as well, because there's a lot of kids and there's very few of you that have to face with a number of things that face a school district, not just the daily instructional part, but a lot of other stuff that happens that you deal with. And again, I just want to publicly acknowledge every single one of you. And Dr. Zuniga, you're an amazing superintendent. Thank you for keeping it all together. Thank you for always being so classy, so eloquent, and just always having an open door, always having an open phone, because I will ring you off the hook and you answer every time. And that to me gives you a lot of credit. Thank you as a friend and as one of your bosses on this dais. Thank you so much. That is all, Board President Briones. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Padilla. Trustee Dr. Galaviz.
Good evening. I'm just going to keep it short and sweet just because it's 10. So this was my first time going through graduation season with El Monte Union, except for like when I was a student. And I am so proud of this district. The graduations, the senior awards nights, MROS. I was impressed by everything. It was beautiful. So many of the speeches were so touching. I just feel immense pride to be sitting on this board and the work that goes in behind the scenes from everyone. And I want to echo what Mr. Padilla said, the fact that all of our cabinet shows up after very long days and you're there as a team united supporting all of our students and our staff at all our different sites. I really, really appreciate that. And it was a great graduation season, and it makes me look forward to the years of being on this board that I will get to attend graduation seasons here at El Monte Union.
Thank you, Dr. Galaviz. Trustee Dr. Guzman.
Yeah, I also want to congratulate all the schools, all the teachers, all the administrators for all the hard work. I got to see, obviously, Fernando Ledesma, El Monte High School, but there was so much that goes into planning those graduations, and the custodians and the maintenance staff, and it just was really a joy to see the students, the seniors as they're getting ready to graduate and they're practicing. And then just that night to see all their hard work kind of finally come to a head and in these beautiful graduations. And so I was really, really happy to see all those students walk on that stage. But definitely kudos to the admin, the cabinet here, because there's a lot of hard work that goes into all of you putting that all together. And absolutely proud to have been a part of that with all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guzman. And let me just set the timer for myself. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. I'm going to share a couple of remarks before I get to the end of the year celebrations that I wanted to talk about. So welcome, everybody. It's June. It is LGBTQ Pride Month, and it's a reminder that the first Pride celebration was a riot that was led by trans women and drag queens who said no more to harassment. Our community is being terrorized. People aren't being deported. Deportation is a legal process. What is happening is extrajudicial kidnapping. While we discuss possible staff layoffs and class closures, the president has federalized the California National Guard and is wasting $134 million using soldiers to intimidate and arrest Californians who are doing nothing more than exercising their constitutional rights. While Congress debates ripping health care away from millions of Americans, the president is holding a parade for himself this coming weekend. No matter what the president and his sycophantic cabinet members may believe about California, we will not allow them to defile and destroy our country. Our California Republic has led our country on civil rights. Millions of Californians and other Americans have fought and died to defend our founding fathers' 250-year-old democratic experiment. In Abraham Lincoln's eternal words at Gettysburg, we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. I'm back to the fun stuff. I want to say thank you to all of our sites for their wonderful end of the year celebrations. Mountain View High School, South El Monte, Fernando Ledesma had their end of the year senior luncheons and dinners. They were great events. Recognizing our students, celebrating their successes. It was just a wonderful time, and I'm glad that I was able to share that moment with everyone here tonight. I had the opportunity to attend our retirement dinner and recognize some of our outgoing retirees, some of whom I had the pleasure of working with in the past. That same evening, we celebrated the Adult School ESL culmination ceremony, and it's one of my favorite events because so many of these individuals have gone through so much to get where they are, to learn a whole new language in a foreign country to them, many of whom have traveled thousands of miles to the United States for an opportunity that they may not be afforded in their home country. I had the opportunity to speak and provide remarks at the El Monte Roseman Adult School High School Diploma Commencement Ceremony. And as Mr. Morris mentioned earlier during his comments, I had the pleasure of speaking to the South El Monte High School GSA Club, as well as some other classes who attended their speaker series. We celebrated at El Monte High School's track and field ribbon cutting. It was a beautiful event, and I think there it's the final touch on that stadium project that has been decades in the making, and I was just so excited to be there. Celebrated graduation at Arroyo High School, as well as at Fernando Ledesma High School, and I had the pleasure of speaking to both graduating classes there and accept our Mustangs graduating class, as well as our Knights. The following Friday morning, I did have the pleasure of attending the faculty breakfast at Arroyo High School and at El Monte High School. I do want to say thank you to the administration at both sites, as well as the faculty members who invited me to spend some time with them in a very relaxed atmosphere after a very busy end of the year. And then this past week, I had the opportunity on Tuesday, to attend one of the math PD days at Mountain View High School, where I got to see our staff in action, our faculty working together to develop new skills and instructional strategies for math. But we also had the opportunity to screen a film, Count It Out, that was provided. Thank you to Prime Rational Learning, who paid the cost to have the film shown to us. I encourage everyone, if you have the opportunity, to watch the film. It talks about the importance of math. Obviously, that's a very hot topic that we've heard about tonight, and it's something that we have been discussing as a board for the last year about making adjustments to our math programs here at El Monte Union. And speaking as somebody who is a humanities major, obviously I want to advocate for that field, but I do also understand that math is everywhere. And in my remarks, we did have a panel discussion with Javier Hernandez from Rio Hondo College and myself. I did have the opportunity to share some remarks with our faculty who was there, and I let them know that, yeah, math is everywhere. I was a music student here at El Monte Union. Music is math. Tempo, time signature, art is math. We talk about the golden ratio and Fibonacci sequence. Photography is math. You talk about the rule of thirds. Math is everywhere. Poetry is math. We teach students, to write a haiku. A haiku is 575. That's all math. So oftentimes we think about math as a discrete subject, but in reality, math is everywhere. And I do appreciate all of the students and the community members and the faculty who spoke tonight about math and the importance of it, because it's true. It's foundational for just about everything in life. Without it, we're not able to succeed. And I shared my own story with our faculty about my own challenges as a math student. And I shared with them, the last class that I took in community college before I transferred to university, wild guess, it was math. Like so many students, it was the last thing that I needed to transfer. And I dreaded taking class initially because it had been 20 years since I'd taken a math class. But I did give kudos to Professor Jessica Valentine at PCC, who was my math instructor, who made the class enjoyable, made it accessible, and made it so that I could pass the class with a B+, which is probably the first time since probably pre-algebra that I could earn something higher than a C. Math was a challenge for me, but a lot of it wasn't just because math is hard, it was because I had my own challenges that hadn't been addressed. I wasn't diagnosed as dyslexic or having dyscalculia until I was an adult. I wasn't diagnosed as being on the spectrum until I was an adult. I wasn't prescribed eyeglasses for whatever reason in high school. And it wasn't until I was working in this district that a faculty member pointed out that I probably needed eyeglasses based on how hard I was squinting at a computer screen to try to read what was on the screen. So I asked them, when you look at our students, try to imagine the challenges that they face, both societal barriers, but also cognitive difficulties that they may be experiencing. And sometimes even something as simple as needing eyeglasses, can be detrimental to their achievement. And I asked them, take that time to speak to our students, see what they need, see what additional help that they require. Because as we've all seen tonight, all of our students are capable of achievement. We just need to give them the right tools and the right support. So thank you, colleagues, for your comments tonight. Thank you, everyone, for a wonderful school year. I am looking forward to taking a well-deserved break after tonight's meeting. I just looked at my calendar and I realized I literally have nothing scheduled tomorrow. But also we are going to be dark all of July, so I hope everyone gets to take some time to themselves to recharge and to re-energize and come back ready to charge forward in August. So with that,
Mr. Briones, really quick.
Yes.
I forgot to recognize some kids that I said I would, and I know that if I don't, I'm gonna, can I go really quick and just recognize a couple kids?
Quickly, please.
Really quick. Kudos to Rosemead High School graduates from the class of 2025. They came over to visit their alma mater, Shropshire Elementary School, and they spoke to the kindergartners, and we had this huge assembly from them. But I want to give kudos to the students that went. Ivan Gonzalez, Arlene Lopez, Cesar Lopez Pascual, Joseph Lopez Rojas, Stephanie May, Clarissa Garcia, Alex Hernandez, Aura Gallardo Munoz, Camila Jimenez, Karina Lee, Kevin Montepeque, Ryan Bates, Armando Renteria, Angelina Jimenez, thank you for coming and talking to our kids and inspiring them and letting them know that you were former students there and that now you're going off to college and that can be them as well. And thank you to the two leads from El Monte City School District, both Marcela Estrada and Marcela Jimenez. Their district did get the Community Leads grant for the next 5 years, where they're going to get like $400,000 every year. And this is the type of activity that's part of Community Leads, is connecting all of the schools. And so they were very happy to come over. That's it. Sorry, guys. I apologize, but thank Mr. Briones for letting me squeeze it in. Okay.
Thank
Kudos.
you, Mr. Padilla.
Go Panthers.
Thank you. Because it is a long evening, I was informed that I jumped ahead on the agenda to board and superintendent announcements communications. We actually need to go back to item number 1, which is a public hearing. So at this time, I will move to open the public hearing, which is a notice of public hearing on the local accountability plan. Excuse me, just say local control accountability plan, right? LCAP?
Local control, yes.
Okay. And district budget for year 2025-26 and the reserves in excess of the minimum reserve requirement. Is there a second to open the public hearing?
I'll second that motion.
Seconded by Trustee Padilla. Public hearing is now open. Dr. Zuniga, do we have any public comments on this public hearing?
We have not received any public comment for this item.
Thank you. Seeing that there are no public comments, I move to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Trustee Dr. Guzman. Public hearing is now closed. Okay, moving on. Back to the correct order. Actually, hold on, one really quick thing. It's 10:15 right now. I know there's a lot on the agenda, but I think we can get through it if we just kind of power through it. So I will move that, we're supposed to end at 10:30. I will move that we just go through the entirety of the meeting tonight, regardless of what time we end. Is there any objection to that?
No objection on my part.
Anybody else?
No objection.
All right, then we will just power through. So at this time, we're moving on to Section D, information presentation, item number 1. Presentation on the Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, and proposed budget for 2025-26. I'd like to invite up Mrs. Edith Echeverria, Director of Assessment, Accountability, and Family Engagement, who will then be followed by Mr. Norton, I believe, to present on the budget. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. I don't think it's a coincidence that I'm here tonight when we recognize our parents, because that's a passion that I have. When we talk about math, when I was a math major, and now you get to hear about LCAP. Although it's not a passion, it's a dedication. I'll leave it at that.
Did you say passion?
Passion.
Or I heard fashion. I'm like, hey, your blouse kind of goes with the
Does it?
with the presentation. You know, it's like fashion.
I would be concerned if LCAP was a passion. But
Right?
I
It's
digress.
dedication. It's dedication. How's that? All right, so today I get to talk about the LCAP. Every district in the state of California has to write an LCAP in order to address the 8 state priorities. It's a 3-year plan. Last year we presented the 3-year plan. This year was the first year of the implementation of the plan, 24-25. The LCAP includes different sections: the budget overview, the summary, how we engaged educational partners, goals and actions. It's actually a huge document which you have access to online. It's this thick. If ever you want to read something, you have trouble falling asleep, you can actually start reading it and it might help. But today I get to provide the condensed version of that, right? There's 5 district goals in the LCAP that's addressing the 8 priorities. But overall, you will see 7 goals in the plan. There's 2 additional, one specific to address Fernando or Ledesma, and the next one to address Community Day School. We had to write those focus goals because those schools qualified to receive equity multiplier funds. And if I'm going too fast, please let me know. The 7 plans consist of 1, addressing clean and well-maintained facilities. The other one, providing kids with knowledge and skills necessary for them to graduate college and career ready. The third one is to promote or to ensure that students reach high levels of academic achievement, to engage parents and families. And the last one is to engage students in a safe learning environment. The focus goals for schools that are receiving equity multiplier funds have to target the lowest performing levels in the dashboard. So for Fernando Ledesma, it was targeting college and career and graduation for all subgroups. And for Community Day, It was targeting engagement. There is a process that takes place throughout the year to review and revisit and present the final product. The process includes data analysis. Data analysis that's provided at different levels. It's provided to principals to review. It's provided to different committees. It's reviewed with cabinet and directors. We also have to engage our partners. We have to share the process at our LCAP committee meetings, with Super PAC, with DLAC, with administrators, parents, staff, with SELPA, and I forgot a very important group with students. We look at survey results, and we also have to keep in mind what's the status of our district. We continue to lose enrollment or to decline in enrollment, and we no longer have as much one-time funds. So a summary of what the Voices said this year. We heard a lot from students, and this is both with surveys and through direct impact from students or input from students. I was able to visit all schools and meet with students from all schools, different levels. I was also able to meet with parents, and I made myself available to meet with staff, although I only had about 4 staff members attend. But this is a representation of input provided directly through surveys or directly through voices of the different partners. Students, we had almost 3,000, parents about 300, and staff a little bit over 200. A summary of the actual results is represented here. As you can tell, it's very comparable when it comes to grade level. For students, Rosemead had the greatest input, followed by Arroyo. Focusing on student achievement, what are students asking for? They're asking that we continue summer school. That was the highest rated item. And then it was content tutoring during the day. For student engagement, they focused on support services that includes counselors, wellness coordinators, followed by after-school programs that include supporting athletics.
Chivati, I have a question. Going back to the student survey results, is that, I know we had almost 2,749 students, and Rosemead and Arroyo are the highest. Are the other schools proportionate to the attendance of their respective schools? Like, is the survey proportional to the student number, or are we seeing here that there's a significant need to engage Mountain View High School, South Amani, and Amani High School?
So if you're looking at proportional, our biggest school is Arroyo, and Arroyo submitted the highest amount, followed by Rosemead, which is the second highest, followed by, I believe it is El Monte, which is the next highest, and then would be Mountain View and South are pretty close, and so the discrepancy would be amongst those two schools because they should be closer in numbers, but in reality, it's pretty reflective of what our population is at the different schools.
And that, yeah, that was my question. Is it reflective of? So the only one where it's not necessarily reflective is South and Mountain View because they do have very similar total student population.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, let me go back and see. I saw that Rosemead is at 30 and Arroyo is at 29.4, so it should be backwards, but the difference is minor, so it's not that much of a discrepancy.
I'll just say this. It's a whole lot better than it used to be because the responses used to be pathetic. I remember I used to harp on that. When I see 2007, we have about 7,500 students. And you know that. I mean, I've been here for 11 years and we used to get like, the responses were sorry. Now it's like, okay, well, people are giving feedback, but I mean, we have had this for a long time. So I'm glad that they're giving input, you know, like way more. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know, and trust me, that's why I'm at the schools, making sure that if they're not coming, I'm going.
Amen.
All right, so I think we were on student engagement, or maybe I had already reviewed that, but I can say that the highest requested item continues to be student support services, including counselors, wellness coordinators, and then followed by after-school programs, including athletic programs.
That is the student support services, including counselors, and what did you say?
Wellness coordinators are also in that group.
Counselors like the academic counselors?
Yes, they would be academic counselors.
So that's the students wanted that?
That's the student survey results.
So that's
yes.
student voice.
Yes.
Okay. Counselors.
So when I actually spoke to students, this is what they told me. To assist them in succeeding, they said teacher aides, that's what they call them, paraeducators, college tutors. Some students said online, some said in-person tutoring, and they requested flexible due dates on assignments. They also wanted to see more food and field trips to encourage them to attend school every day. And they were very clear in saying no more shirts. And that was consistent district-wide. What else can the school provide to support your overall success? They said caring teachers and counselors and incentives, again, going back to food. The other responses were minimal, but they consistently said like field trips, online classes, tutoring, college and career coordinators, Chromebooks with extra chargers. So this is direct input from kids or from students.
Oh.
When it comes to parents, I had it divided because the survey was actually released in 2 languages. 106 of our parents responded in English and 72 in Spanish. So in English, the majority of parents were from Arroyo, followed by Rosemead, and then in Spanish, the majority of parents were from El Monte, followed by South El Monte.
Another question. What other languages did we ask for parent input in?
Those are the only 2 languages.
Are we considering asking our Mandarin or Vietnamese-speaking parents for input in their language?
So when we go to the sites, we do provide that availability of being able to meet with them and request their input in their native language if that's what's needed. Yes.
So to clarify, we had no parents that are monolingual Mandarin or Vietnamese-speaking that provided input.
That are primarily only speak that language?
monolingual,
no.
yeah.
Yes, because when I went to the schools, there was no one who requested that translation.
Okay, thank you.
So they might have submitted it in English, but to say that it was requested in that language, no. So what did our parents say? They appreciate the school-to-home communication. They love that it's available in different languages. Both the parents who responded in English and Spanish said the same thing, and they also appreciate all of the workshops and training that's available to parents. In reference to student engagement, again, they said, we like the support that they receive. And then the other was motivational incentives for the most part.
Their major thing was, I see it down here again. Wait, why do I feel like it's a repeat? Didn't we already have that slide before? The student engagement?
Then, oh, I probably labeled it
Yeah, 'cause we went
incorrectly.
from
I apologize.
Goal 3, or goal
That
5 is
should
student
be for
engagement.
parent engagement. Thank you for catching that. Yes, that should say parent, student engagement, but it's parent input for student engagement.
Okay, because I was like, wait,
So yes,
is this
I'm
like a repeat?
confused.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm usually asleep at this time. I'd
all right.
be
I
happy
get
to
you, I
be
get you.
presenting at 7 in the morning. I'm not even joking. Everyone knows me, knows that I would be like
Okay.
on target at 7 in the morning. But trust me, I am, no, it is, the goal 5 is about student engagement, but
By
this
the
is what
parents.
the parents are saying
So both the
regarding
parents and
student-
the students scored the counselors and student support services the highest.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
And what
That's
did the parents actually say when I met with them? They want to increase tutoring, both again online, but they also recommended peer tutoring, which I hadn't heard, and it's a great idea. They want workshops on how to understand grading systems and how to better communicate with teachers, along with motivational speakers. And what better speakers to have like students like today? That's what I was thinking. Like these students should be motivating our own kids,
Yeah.
right? So that's what I was
And they
thinking.
do get motivated. Like those kids that I shared, we're only doing the high school to elementary. And that was like, you would have thought we brought rock stars for our little kids, which they are rock stars, right? But I'm sure that what you're saying, the same thing.
I'm
you know,
thinking
from
they
college
should be
to high school.
motivating our own kids to
Yeah.
love math.
Yep.
Like I can talk to them, they probably, I won't have the same impact as they will. But what can the school do or provide to ensure your child attends school daily? So again, they wanted more workshops on the importance of attendance. And I know that that has been provided at some of the schools, I think at most of the schools. And so just probably providing it more on a consistent basis and just instead of just once a year. Again, the focus is on food, competitions, more communication from the school, including phone calls when students miss class. So it's that personal connection that they're asking for again. And then what can the school do to promote your child's engagement? Encourage participation, again, by providing food. Host recruitment events, field trips, and awards for participation. So parents want their kids to be recognized, that positive motivation. And then last but not least is staff survey results. So most of the input was from classroom teachers. And the reflection of who provided the most input, Arroyo at 26%, followed by El Monte, and then Rosemead. On student achievement, staff actually rated support for English learners as the priority, followed by targeted engagement strategies.
We don't have that one.
And then when it comes to well-maintained schools with credentialed staff, the request was for continuous professional development and conferences. So that was the input we received, and based on that input, we get to work together to make revisions to the plan, and work together meaning collaboratively. We have discussions at different levels, cabinet and directors. We look at the data, we hear all the voices, and then we come up with the final product. So we still have 7 goals in our plan, 5 of which are district-wide. We did have to address less funding this year. So last year's total allocation for S&C was over 42 million. This year, we foresee or project for next year to be a little bit over 40 million. So it's about a 2.3% decrease, or $2.3 million decrease, I apologize. What made it easier this year is that we had budgeted $1 million for completing the parent and family engagement facility, family and community engagement facility that's housed at South El Monte. So that $1 million was easy to remove from the $2 million cut that we have to make. The next item that took the biggest cut was supplemental instructional materials. So when we talk to principals, when I meet with them on an ongoing basis, they always survey their teachers. What do you need? And so to them, it's like, you know what? We've kept it abreast. We have things in stock. Let's go ahead and reduce that, because the more you focus on reducing these items, the less you impact staff and programs. We do have to keep in mind that there continues to be an increase of salaries and benefits on an ongoing basis. We also have to bring in, or we had to bring in and include in the plan the Math TOSA, because that was funded out of Learning Recovery and Emergency Block Grant funds, along with Hazel Health Services, but also other applications like Turnitin, NWA. All of that had to be absorbed through the plan. We did manage to increase funding for foster youth and students that are temporarily unhoused, so that was included in the plan. If you want to have access to the plan, that's where you can see it. I've also always provided you with a summary that's a lot friendlier to use and follow, so you have access to that as well. If you'd like a copy, I'm sure that you can receive it soon. Yes. So the timeline, this just shows all of the input and that we received throughout the process. When the surveys were open, actually a longer period of time this year, from January to April. Met with administrators on an ongoing basis. We had Super PAC May 27th. We had DLAC May 29th. It was presented to CELPA through our director, and we had consultation with EMUA and CSCA. The approval process consists of today, public hearing, and next week, a recommendation for approval. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mrs. Echeverria. This time I will open it up to any questions or comments from the board, starting with Trustee Nguyen.
No, I have no question.
Thank you, Trustee Nguyen. Trustee Padilla.
I do. You know, when we talk about student voice and when we talk about the voice of like what staff says, you know, I received a lot of communications regarding the counseling positions and stuff. And so when I see that that's something that the students value and the parents value, I know that's why I question like, hey, is it the same thing or is it a different thing? One was the responses on the survey that the parents gave on student engagement. The second one, the first one was student engagement directly from the mouths of our students, right? Mm-hmm. So when I see that that is, and I'm not sure if you're aware, I'm not going to assume, but we are adding an additional student trustee. We used to only have one, but now we're going to have two student trustees. Why? In order to hear from the mouths of babes from our students and what it is that they like, and having more input in the education that they're receiving and the and what they would like to see. We definitely loud and clear, they want more incentives, they like the swag, they like the sweaters for attendance, to getting them to come to school. But I know tonight's just a presentation, but eventually we're going to have to approve it. Is it the next meeting, Dr. Edwards-Zuniga?
Correct.
Okay, I want to have a discussion. I don't know if my colleagues are on board about this, but I would like to explore or look at more at the numbers, specifically at South Del Monte High School. It's a school that has a lot of needs. It's students that are very vocal. When I go to the student advisory committee, those are students that have always spoken up, in the years that Mr. Quinn and I have been going to SAC. So I get it that tonight's just a presentation and we're taking it in, but I would like to ask my colleagues if anybody will engage with me on the issue of student engagement and looking at the counseling positions that we are funding throughout the district, specifically though at South Del Monte High School. Mr. President, so I do make that request if there's any consensus or if anybody else is willing to take me up on taking a closer look at those numbers. Mr. Briones?
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. To your question, can you phrase it specifically just so I'm clear?
Yeah, I want to make sure that we are able to save a counseling position that is on the chopping block. And I say that because when I look at these, this feedback, it is something that our students value and it's something that our parents value. And the reason that I say that, going to Super PAC, that is our most powerful parent committee. And here we're putting 2 trustees on the dais and they're speaking loud and clear. What I've heard from the parents in the past in Super PAC is that in Spanish, and I'll translate it into English, the parents will say things like, we like coming with Dr. Zuniga because when we voice needs that we have, there's action. But the way they say it is, sometimes we don't like to come to some committees because there's a lot of weedy y poca acción. There's a lot of weedy and poca acción. What does that mean? There's a lot of talk and not a whole lot of action. But with Dr. Zuniga, that hasn't been the case. When the parents speak, we really look into it. And us board members, adopted these 2 new trustees that are come on board. So if we truly want to give value to the voice of our students and of our parents, that I always sometimes take heat and I'm unapologetic about it. I always say they are our number 1 customer, students and parents. And without them, we are nothing. And I applaud Mr. Briones for saying that. I think we all get it. We don't need us, if there's no parents and no kids. Schools are just buildings. And I know that Mr. Steelman alluded to that today as well, saying students are our number 1 customer. So as a board, we need to put our money where our mouth is. And we really need to do something about I know we've found a way to save our English language learner counselors because that is us putting our values or putting our money with our values. And we go to a lot of trainings at CSBA, the School Board Association Conference, and they say, follow the money or follow the money on the budget, and that will tell you the values of this board and this district. So I value our counselors, and I think that South Del Monte deserves that counseling position. And they presented some documents to me and to the rest of my colleagues, and I feel that they articulated it in a very professional manner. And I looked at some of the numbers myself, and I believe that it's worth exploring. So I know I said a lot, Mr. Briones, but bottom line is I would like to find the dollars to save the counseling position at South Del Monte. Can I get another board member to, jump on there so that we can explore this a little more? I don't know if that was as clear
Before
as
we
you
go
wanted
down
it.
that road,
Yeah.
I want to give staff an opportunity to respond, either
Sure.
Mrs. Echeverria,
Sure.
Dr. Rivas, or Dr. Zuniga,
Okay.
about the
Can I-
process and what
Can I just clarify
what the trade-offs
something?
would be.
Fair enough.
Well, I just wanted to clarify that item is, I think for next year, I have to break it down because
Sure.
it's very comprehensive. So it's not just counselors, it's nurses, it's psychologists, it's college and comprehensive student support coordinators, it's wellness coordinators. It's very comprehensive. So that's why I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, it's not like one specific item. They're saying we want support services.
Yeah.
And I think for moving forward, you're always looking at growing, right?
Yeah.
Making things better and more clear. And I think that's something that I need to do, is ensure that next year on the survey, we're very clear on what support services are you advocating for. So I apologize for that, but I noticed it now. I'm like, oh my God,
Yeah.
I should
And that
have
was
just
going to be my
listed them all.
question,
Yes.
to delineate what's
Yes.
all the fit under
Yes,
that,
because
but
it's
you're
so-
saying it's
because
very
it's so comprehensive, it's expected that you're going to go there, because there's so many things. It's like, I don't want to lose any of those, and it's not really clear on which one specifically. It might be wellness coordinators, it might
Got
be
it.
counselors. I don't know what it is, and I think that helps in guiding me for next year to ensuring that it's more clear when it's presented to the public. So I apologize for that
no,
one.
No problem. I'm still going to jump in there, but I am unapologetic, and I want to be clear. I'm specifically talking about that counseling position. So if you threw it in there, then that's the data that I've got. So that's what I'm basing it on. And then based on the communications that the entire board got, I know you're being apologetic about that, but I'm being very clear and specific about what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to nurses. I'm not referring to, I know the problem with nurses, there aren't enough nurses who want to work for the little amount of money that we pay. Been here for 11 years, I know that one. The comprehensive student support coordinators, I'm very familiar with that program. The wellness coordinators, I'm very familiar with that program as well. And I'm very familiar with the counselors. I just want to talk specifically about the counselors, but I hear you that you said it's global, and
Yes,
I'm
that was just
focusing
my
in.
comment. I think to address your question, I'll defer to.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, as we navigate through this, and there's great questions and also of interest to discuss the counseling position. You have 2 temporary positions right now that were paid with not LCAP funding. So that is not part of the LCAP funding that we have helped our reduction in counselors already. I believe before LCAP, I think it was 450 to 1. We reduced that to meet the LCAP at 400 initially. Right now, it's probably average under 350 per ratio for the guidance counselors or academic counselors across the board at all schools too. So we're looking at that with South El Monte High School. If you were, and that's really the only temp position that we would not bring back, because in looking at the staffing ratios, and I'll show you the staffing ratios, a Royal, if you would remove that would over exceed the actual average and above. So we retaining that one for a reason, because it really is part of the district average. For example, right now you have 4 permanent at Arroyo High School and 1 temp. That staffing ratio would allow us to keep 316 to 1 for next year because of that temp position. For El Monte High School, you have 4 permanent counselors right now. That ratio is 312 to 1. For Mountain View High School, you have 3 permanent also counselors now. There's no temps there as well. 378 per 1, so that's the highest.
Right.
Rosemead High School, right now you have 5 permanent. That is at 302 per 1. There is an expectation of increased enrollment for next year. The only high school that's expected to increase in enrollment next year. So we're anticipating that ratio will go up a little bit. And for South El Monte High School, right now, if you were to start next year with 3 permanent employees that are counselors, they're guidance counselors, it would be 355 to 1. If you would keep that additional counselor, it would go down 270 per 1. And then
Really
that way
quick
we
though,
would-
you didn't say what Mountain View has. Tell us.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
Yeah.
I looked at the enrollment. Mountain View High School, and I could get it wrong, they only have like 26 more students or 36 more students, one school from the other. How many counselors does Mountain View have?
3. And South has 3 as well.
Right, but they have an additional counselor in an English language learner position. So they have 4 counselors.
They have the EL counselor that supports directly services for EL students.
Right.
And also El Monte High School has that also EL counselor that supports it because they have the highest enrolled English learner population in there. So that is aside from the caseloads that the counselors are actually servicing as well.
So what's the English language learner number at South Del Monte High School? Why couldn't we give them, English language learner a counselor?
The LCAP plan provided 2 for last year, as far as the amount of funding to provide that.
South El Monte.
No, for last year's LCAP plan, that's where we started with that. We looked at the two highest, and I don't have the numbers with me, but I know that Mountain View and El Monte had the highest, and that's
I get
why
it, but that was not my question. Why couldn't we give one to South El Monte? What is their percentage of English language learners at South
I'd
El
have to
Monte?
have, do you have, on the top of your head what the numbers are?
Good with
We'd have to get that
No,
too
I
as
don't
well.
have that at the
Yeah.
top of my head. I'll have to search it right now when I go back.
Okay, that, to me, that's critical.
Something that we can
before
share
I-
with the
yeah.
board in the Friday memo, that's okay
I just
too.
want to go on
Sure.
record, like, I'm not just going to make a decision like that. Because when I looked at the numbers myself for South El Monte and for Mountain View High School, very similar numbers. And I could see why that kind of ruffles some feathers at South El Monte High School when we're not being, equitable about, what we do for our kids. And again, I don't mean to be like negative Nando or whatever, but like I'm not just gonna, I didn't want to say Nancy, negative Nando. I'm not just going to approve. And you know what? These LCAP plans, sometimes it's just like, oh yes, let's just rubber stamp and let's just go along the way. I'm sorry, like, I don't mince my words and I don't care if people get offended. I'm gonna say what I have to say because I truly feel that students at South El Monte High School deserve more. Why? Because I've been ruthless about the academic achievement at that school. That's my district. Okay, and again, I don't sit here and only make decisions for South El Monte. Nobody gets territorial, but on this issue, I am a little territorial because I'm speaking to, my constituents, my students, and people have been very vocal from that school. So I had to go. You get their letter, and then I get your letter. But then I'm a pretty intelligent guy, I have a lot of degrees and little things next to my name. I can go do my own research. I can go on the dashboard and get their ethnicity and the English language learner and all that stuff. And that's kind of what I did. And it just did not sit well with me. I don't think it's fair. And I would be a hypocrite if I just sit here and go along with, oh yes, let's just approve the LCAP plan as it is. No.
So one question is, of the counseling staff, we were paying for some of them with funding that was not LCAP dollars. Is that correct? Like non-LCAP dollars for the temp positions? For the temp counseling positions, they were funded with non-LCAP?
Yes, they were funded with learning recovery and emergency. Yeah,
And those were the temporary positions subject to funding?
correct.
So if those positions are eliminated, Dr. Zuniga, can you go through those numbers one more time?
Yep.
So if we eliminated the temp positions, say at South El Monte, they went from 4 to 3 counselors. What's the ratio now with 4, and what would it be with 3?
The projected ratio for next year with the 3 permanent counselors is 355 to 1. The projection for the additional temporary position would reduce it to 270 per 1, which is not the average of the entire district counseling ratio.
Right.
I have a question that I forgot to ask. I know that we also have a counseling position for our independent study program right here next door, right? We have a counselor for that.
The online personal learning.
The online personal
counselor,
learning, right?
yes.
Correct.
Do kids come to school here in person every day?
No.
No.
No. Okay, and so how many people does that counselor service? I don't even know who it is. I'm sorry, but how many kids do they have in contact with daily?
So daily, I don't know the exact number, but
Okay.
they service, on independent studies alone, 120 kids. Credit recovery, it's thousands of kids. I'm literally 1,200 each quarter. And so the counselor is busy always trying to address credit recovery and prioritizing students because of the limited sections. A lot of peak periods that they see or that the counselor encounters because of the quarter system and ensuring that we're enrolling kids, that we're communicating with kids.
And is that counseling position played with temporary funds or is that permanent?
No, that's part of S&C.
Okay.
That's part of the OPL program.
We got to look at everything. We have to look at everything. Could we do some? I saw that we've, given some tasks to other people. We got to look at everything because we just have to look at everything. And yeah, I would like to know, who do they service and stuff? And is that something that, one of the other positions that we have there can kind of help out. We got to tighten up in every in every school. So I'm going to leave no stone unturned. I'm just
If
kind
I
of
can
telling
add
you.
something
Yep.
for the board to also consider, as we think about the role of counselors supporting schools and students, we do talk about comprehensive services. Typical expectations or domains that counselors work around are the academic counseling. They also work around providing social, emotional learning support for students, and they also work in college preparation and advisement. So when we think about all those domains that a typical counselor is tasked with doing, and we look at that particular metric in terms of how our families responded, our students and our parents recognizing that they want support services, I want to also acknowledge that part of the LCAP and the S&C fully supports full-time positions for career advisors at each of our schools. And it also provides support with a full-time wellness coordinator at the schools. And I've been in different districts, and not every district offers that. So while that doesn't remove completely the responsibilities of the counselors handling the support for students, it greatly helps to reduce some of that burden and some of that load, because they're able to triage with students. So when we're looking at counseling ratios of 350 in comparison to other schools, other districts that are not even supported with those additional resources that I believe our district does really, really well, it does play into what is that appropriate staffing ratio and counseling support. So I don't want that conversation to ignore the full rounded support that our schools provide that are fully supported with the LCAP as well. And I think, Mr. Briones, you addressed it. At the end of the day, the dollars that we have are the same dollars that we have. Right. And so there is a compensation for, if we do fund that, then what do we not fund, right? And so that is definitely a part of the conversation. So I do want to make sure that we also recognize that we do provide full, well-rounded support around the three domains that hit a typical counseling position in most districts. So keep that in mind.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do appreciate that context, and it's something that I think often gets lost in the discussion because we do have to get into the weeds a little bit. You're right. Many other school districts don't offer the same level of services that we do with the staffing that we provide, and I'm glad that you brought that up because, yes, we have guidance counselors, and yeah, would I like to keep their their caseload lower? Absolutely. Yep. But as you said, some of the work that they have historically done in the past has been offloaded to wellness coordinators. We also have career guidance coordinators at each site. Mm-hmm. And that's not the case at other districts. Now, I'm not saying I disagree with anybody's assertion that we need to work hard
we're having
to maintain those folks.
Good discussion because this is what LCAP should be.
If I may.
Yeah, please may.
I do appreciate the discussion. I have to be cognizant of the fact that we have a finite number of resources and dollars. Right. And, if we're going to say hypothetically, if the board says, you know what, we are going to have to fund that position through the LCAP at South Amani High School, then that means we are going to have to defund another position somewhere else. That's that's Sophie's choice right there. That's not something that I want to do. But it's finding that equity. If the counseling ratios are, the caseload is equitable across the campuses because one school has much lower enrollment. If South Amani only has 1,064 students and they have 3 counselors, then that's 355.
Right,
but if Arroyo has more students and they have to have 4 permanent counselors,
agree,
it's because they have a higher enrollment.
Agree.
So I understand the concern about about trying to address the need for additional guidance counselors, but I am also cognizant of that our resources are limited.
Yes.
I guess the question I would have is, okay, if we want to fill that position, what position do we want to either eliminate or reduce?
Absolutely, I have an answer for you too for that, and we can look at it. Okay, just like the mental health counselors that we have, or I forget the exact title. Give me the exact title.
Wellness coordinators.
Wellness coordinators, right? Yes, they came and they alleviated, all the work that the counselors had always done before we had those positions, right? And yes, I don't believe that we should cut mental health because That is number one. Post-COVID, we need those. Absolutely, right? But then what else can we cut? Well, you heard tonight that we're very, top heavy, even at the schools. So, the person or the administrator, the assistant principal who oversees all the counselors, okay, I don't want to be dismissive of their work, but those counselors do the work. I'll just be blunt and put it out there. Those counselors do the work. So if we're trying to cut as far as we can away from the kids, then maybe it's time that we, reduce some administration throughout the district of all those dollars and put it into those counselors so that our kids get the benefits. If that means we have to do it across the district, so be it. I'm not going to mince my words, because at the end of the day, we all work for the people of this community. And if the LCAP says that that's important to them, then we must leave no stone unturned. If we have to chop an administrator, so we have to chop an administrator. You asked the question, I give you an answer, but again, that's just me speaking. If we're truly going to look at everything and leave no stone unturned and try to find dollars, we can start there.
I have a question.
Give me 1 second. I want to address that comment. Sure. Historically, South Amani, and I'm just using that as an example because that's the topic, the area right now.
Right.
But historically, South Amani had 3 administrators, and the number one request was, just because we have lower enrollment doesn't mean we don't have the need for full administrative staff.
Right.
So we brought on a 4th administrator, and actually that's kind of where we piloted to having like an activities director as opposed to a full-time person. We saw it just a few years ago when we hired Dr. Sandoval, and she was split between South Amani and Mountain View. That didn't work out. Like 6 months into it, it was very clear that even though those 2 sites had lower enrollment, part-time admin was not going to cut it. A full-time administrative team is necessary. I feel for the individual who made the comments about, we're top-heavy, I have to disagree with that. I don't believe that we are top-heavy in any sense of the word here at Almani Union. I think a lot of what goes on here is done very much with a skeleton administrative team, even with some of the support staff. I met with counselors at South, and I appreciated their concerns and the thoughts that they put into their conversation with me. But I've made it very clear to them, like, look, we have a finite number of resources. We have to be fiduciaries to the school district and to the community. We have to be fiscally responsible. And I've asked, and I did make a very pointed request to them. If you want this position to be funded, what other position would you eliminate? Whether it's an administrative position, another bargaining unit position, what have you. It's not an easy discussion to have. And even talking about it now, eliminating an administrator would not solve this problem, because then that administrator's responsibilities will have to be offloaded to another person. Is it going to be those counselors who are then going to come back and say, hey, now you have to compensate us more because we're taking on more responsibilities? And it's very much a double-edged sword. It's not an easy position to be in by any sense of the word, and I get that.
Agree.
However, I don't want to give anybody any false hope and say, well, yeah, we'll we'll fill this position because we're going to eliminate something else later on.
Right.
But then we either can't do it, or it then ends up blowing up in our face because those responsibilities either have to get absorbed by somebody else who then has to be compensated additional dollars, or, heaven forbid, that work just doesn't get done because there isn't enough staff to take care of it. So I know.
And I know that at that time when you said the parents wanted that at that time, absolutely, they did want that, right? But in education, we always say, oh, we always make data-driven decisions, okay? The data says that they want that. And I know that it's a tough discussion to have, but it's a discussion that's worth having because it's going to affect our students. So I get it, it's uncomfortable, but that's what we got hired for. We got to make those tough decisions sometimes. And I just think that we need to look at the position from the counselor who does the opportunity. We need to look at the administrators, look at those dollars. And those counselors, I hate to be mean, but they do a lot. I'm sure they could,
Don't get me wrong. I know that they do a lot of work, and they work very
telling
hard.
them what to do. They've done it for years.
Right.
So, I mean, we're having an honest discussion about can we find some dollars? You posed the question. I gave you some options, the counselor from the independent studies learning or online learning, or, some of these administrative positions. Maybe it is time that we split some of these positions and go to multiple schools. Hey, I've worked in the elementary district. I go to 4 schools for 15 years. Now I go to 3. For a while there, we were sending college coordinators back and forth. You got to do what you got to do to make sure that kids get the biggest bang, for the buck, because they're the ones who generate these dollars. And again, I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm trying to come up with some solutions. But I'm just one person, But I would love to continue this conversation if anybody will jump in.
So, thank you, Mr. Padilla. So, Dr. Guzman and then Dr. Galaviz.
Just two requests for between now and next week, whether Dr. Zuniga or Dr. Rivas, to get I know you mentioned the numbers of the current ratios. Well, you mentioned, so I would like to request the current for this past school year, projected ratios, both with and without that additional counselor. The
EL counselor?
No,
or?
without the fourth counselor at South Del Monte.
Okay.
Because again, there's equity, right? We want to make sure that schools are receiving equitable support and staffing. So I would like to get that those numbers current and then projected with and without. But I also would like to echo the request for how many EL students at South Del Monte High School, because one of the things that I did see here is one of the high, and this is very clear. I know, Mr. Rodriguez, you said that student support service is very broad and you weren't able to, hindsight, right, 2020. But what I do see here in Goal 3 student achievement, it's clear that counselors who support English language learners and support for English language learners received high marks on both, right? And so I do want to get the numbers for South Del Monte, but all the high schools, again, because if our budget is a reflection of our values with the current national climate, if South Del Monte also has a need for our a counselor, EL counselor, that I would like us to, it's very clear here, there's a need for that, and for us to not seriously consider supporting South Del Monte if they have the need based on the numbers. I can vote for something like that as is, just because right now, if there's a moment for us to step up for our English language learners, it's now. And so my request is to have those numbers for me to be able to make an informed decision on where we go with the LCAP recommendations, because the students have spoken, the parents have spoken, and we're all cognizant of what's going on right now. And so if we can get that before our next meeting, I would really appreciate it, Dr. Zuniga.
Yeah, and Dr. Zuniga, or board, I want to hear from Dr. Galaviz. I want to hear from, I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, but I will put you on the hot seat. You can't just sit there and be quiet. I want to hear how you guys feel. Mr. Cui, how do you feel about what we're talking about?
Thank you, but hold on. Thank you, but I'm the one chairing the meeting, so I appreciate that. Dr. Galaviz, you wanted to speak? Go ahead.
I just want to state that I can stay quiet if I choose to do so, because that is my right.
Well, no, you're
however,
a board member, so the schools have the right to know what your position is. You can't sit here and
Please
be
don't
quiet.
interrupt the member. Let them speak. Go ahead, Dr. Galaviz.
You don't get to sit here. You have to tell the audience.
If you'll stop interrupting and we can have a discussion.
Perfect. I agree.
Thank you.
Let's have a discussion.
Dr. Galaviz, please.
I too did get a chance to speak with the counselors from South El Monte High School. They expressed their job duties, and they were very much what all counselors across the country do. I think not having 3 APs at a high school is detrimental. I can speak from real life experience because I do think I'm the only board member up here who has tried to become an administrator and actually became one. And it is very hard to be guidance and also be curriculum and instruction. You work yourself into the ground. And I don't think that's fair to put upon someone. So I don't appreciate saying that what administrators do isn't hard work, because it is a lot of work. I am really curious.
Sir, I'm not
They
going to
were
ask you
yours.
again to stop interrupting members when they're speaking. You don't have the floor.
I am curious to know if an EL counselor takes on the caseload or if they just support them in EL capacity. So we are very resource rich here at El Monte Union. I think it's a very beautiful thing. Most districts are not this resource rich, and I don't think we talk about that enough. Most schools do not have a college and career person and an assistant to the college and career person and a wellness center person and a counselor and an EL TOSA and an EL counselor. That is unheard of in most schools here in San Gabriel Valley. So we're doing a tremendous job. Most of those positions I just discussed, I do all of those things at my site for far less money than people do here at this district. So I think that we have a plethora of resources and positions available, and I think we're doing a good job, and I don't think it would be fair if most schools have a 300 plus caseload and then we were to give one site a 200 something caseload. I think there's a big inequity in that. And those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Alves. Mr. Nguyen, did you want to chime in?
You know, the support for English learner, you know, the student achievement is very obvious that there's a great need for those, especially in South El Monte. We had majority, almost like, I don't know the exact percentage, but there's a majority of our students are English learner, and they do need the support, but you know, because they are the lowest performance of all our school site. So we give them the equity. We should give them the equity to help them, you know, to guide them. That's what my personal opinion, that we should, because they are lowest performing school site academically. And because one of the reasons is because a lot of English learner in South El Monte. And that's obvious. That's the facts. So we need to put more resource to them for equity. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Trustee Nguyen. So I did want to kind of reiterate a question that Dr. Galaviz brought up. An EL counselor, their responsibilities, is it providing a direct, do they handle direct caseload, or are they providing like adjunct responsibilities or support to the other counselors? I don't know if one of you want to
I can
answer.
address that. So the primary caseload of an EL counselor are their ELs, but it's not the academic component that's already provided from the academic counselor. It's just connections and mentoring specifically to ELs. I can tell you that what makes them more effective and connecting with the students, because the students told me, the parents told me, it's the language, because they're both bilingual. And so a lot of the kids at El Monte and Mountain View, they come speaking Spanish, and so these counselors are able to connect with them to help acculturate them to the new environment. And that's basically their function, is to work directly with the ELs. So it's separate than looking at A through G, looking at graduation rate, But again, it's the language connection.
So I guess my follow-up question would be, do the other guidance counselors, are they not bilingual?
It's more of the ELTOSA connection with the kids. So the ELTOSAs that are supporting all of our English learners are not necessarily connecting with the primary language, through the primary language, I should say.
Okay. Any other questions from the board or comments?
Comment. You know, I've been here for 11 years. I am the senior board member here, you know, as much as some people would hate to admit it. The reason we are very rich with positions throughout this district is because we planned for that. We made those jobs possible over the years. So it wasn't something that happened overnight. And I could care less what other administrators do in other districts. I remember once I told Dr. Zuniga when we took on math, and I said, with all due respect, Dr. Zuniga, I don't have power over the rest of the state of California when it came to the math issue. I only have power or authority to change things in the El Monte Union High School District. I could care less where the administrator or a board member who's here who's an administrator in their district, if they're not very rich with mental health coordinators and with comprehensive student support coordinators, that's not my problem. You know, she can go talk to her board if she wants to, but the reason that we have these positions is because we put our money where our mouth is and we hired these positions. They just didn't come out of the thin air, or we just didn't, you know, invent these positions. We were very intentional about who we were hiring and why we were hiring them. I just want to go on record and talk about, you know, a little bit of the history about where those positions came from. No further comments, Mr. Briones.
Any further comments from the board?
No.
All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mrs.
Just one last comment.
Go ahead, Mr.
Because
Nguyen.
with each school size, the demographic is totally different. You know, it's unique. You know, I do the study demographic from Mount View School, and Mountain View School District, and also South Monte. So each need are different, but the need of English learner is there. You know, because like Mr. Edith Echeverria say, the connection with the student is very important. Help them to learn, help them gain confidence, gain them, you know, to move on with academically. And that's what I see. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. I do appreciate the discussion. I don't necessarily appreciate some of the discourse that's been shared by at least one of my colleagues. I think we can keep it much more professional when we're discussing these items. However, thank you, Mrs. Echeverria, for your presentation tonight. I know today is just the initial presentation. We will adopt the LCAP next week. You know, I understand where folks are coming from regarding staffing levels and those concerns. I have to be mindful, though, and I've already said this before, and I'll say it again, our resources are not infinite. And every person that we have here, and I've shared this with Dr. Zuniga, you know, yes, we are resource rich, but I've worked in other institutions that are even more resource rich because their resources are much greater than ours. And when we talk about inequity in the world, I've seen it. I worked just 25 miles away at a private school where parents pay $46,000 a year to send their kids there for middle and upper school. Do we get $46,000 a year per student here? No. What's our average? Maybe $12,000, $13,000 with SNC. They're paying 3 times as much down the road or more. You know, parents donate additional money every year to ensure these resources are available to their students. We don't have that type of community here. We don't have a very wealthy community. We don't have a very wealthy tax base to tap into. And we are also limited in how we can generate revenue. You know, I've had conversations with faculty and some other individuals about how we can raise additional revenue. The only real avenue that we have is a parcel tax. You know, we don't have wealthy benefactors who will show up and write us an $8 million check to renovate a gymnasium, as I experienced at the private school that I worked at. You know, we have to face the reality that what we do here at El Monte Union, yes, there is incredible work that gets done on a daily basis, but most times there is just one person in that position. And if we eliminate that position, somebody else either has to take on those responsibilities or those responsibilities do not get done. And we've seen that time and time again. California's economy fluctuates and it swings back and forth like a violent sledgehammer. You know, I wish there was a more tempered solution to our funding problems here in California, but unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be a topic of discussion that anyone wants to get into. And so I appreciate the time that you put into putting in the document. I will go on record right now saying, although I do appreciate comments from my colleagues and concerns that they may have, I'm not going to sit here and micromanage the work that staff has done, the work that they put in to address the staffing needs, to address the resources and the allocation of those resources. It's not something that is easy. And again, aside from one individual who is actually an administrator in a comprehensive high school, none of us work in this field directly. And so I most definitely rely on our staff to provide the information, to direct us and guide us on what decisions to make, you know, with very minor tweaks on occasion. But I definitely won't sit here and second guess the resource allocation that you've discussed. So, Mrs. Echeverria, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. If there's no further comments or questions from the board, we'll move on to the next presentation with Mr. Norton, who may actually provide additional context for some of the questions that we had. So, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. And thank you, Board President Briones, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Zuniga, and the executive team. Thank you, Mrs. Echeverria, for presenting the goals, actions, and services outlined in the LCAP. Next, David Norton, Director of Fiscal Services, and I will present the proposed 2025-26 budget, which aligns both restricted and unrestricted resources to support those goals. We will then provide an informational overview of the fiscal stabilization plan, which will accompany the budget for submission to LACO upon board approval by July 1st. David's going to help us advance the slides. I'll start off with the main themes of the Governor's May revision to his January budget proposal. The Governor's May revise comes at a time of continued economic uncertainty, especially with federal policies affecting things such as trade, tourism, and immigration. The state is facing lower revenues and higher healthcare costs, which adds to the pressure. Just like in January, the governor's budget plan includes underfunding the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee for 24-25 by $1.3 billion. To close the budget gap, the governor is proposing a mix of cuts, borrowing, shifting funds around, and delaying some payments. Some spending would only happen if the state ends up with more revenue than expected. The good news is that K-14 education is mostly shielded from these impacts, with few changes from the earlier budget proposal. Next slide, please, David. So, stepping way back and looking at the bigger picture, for 25-26, California's total proposed state budget is $322.2 billion, with $228.9 billion from the general fund, $86.8 billion from special funds, and $6.5 billion from bonds. K-12 education receives 26.3% of the budget, second only to health and human services at 39.5%. Other major areas include higher education, 7.4%, corrections, 5.5%, and transportation, 6.3%. The state's budget reflects efforts to sustain key services amid fiscal uncertainty. Next slide, please. Here on this slide, it summarizes the general fund. Now, before it was general fund and special funds. This is only general fund revenues and expenditures for California in the 25-26 fiscal year. General fund revenues total $225.1 billion, mostly from the top three taxes. These are the personal income tax at $133.7 billion, sales and use tax at $35.1 billion, corporation tax at $37.7 billion. Expenditures total $228.9 billion, with the largest amounts going to K-12 education at $83.3 billion, health and human services $83.6 billion, higher education $23.3 billion. And looking at the inflow and the outflow, you're going to see that the state's general fund spending exceeds revenues by nearly $3.8 billion, reflecting a continued state structural imbalance in terms of financing. Now, Mr. Norton will go over the key funding factors in developing the district's budget.
Good evening, President Briones and board members and Dr. Zuniga. So we go into every budget year with some assumptions, and these are the basic ones we consider every year, and that's going to be that we're funding the LCAP at $36,826, or rather the S&C portion of the LCAP. We're getting mandated block grant funding at that rate up there per ADA, restricted lottery and unrestricted lottery funding at a combined total of almost $273 or $273 per ADA. COLA with employer contributions for Cal STRS and PERS, those the pension funds, health and welfare, and then considering that some of our funds don't generate revenue, consequently we have to move money from the general fund budget into those funds, and that's those last two cash transfers. So beyond the current year, we also have multi-year assumptions, which are the same things, plus we're looking at no revenue of a speculative nature. So as money comes in, we start to tabulate that. And then special project, for example, then we might be increasing staff or reducing, depending on what comes up and how much. We go up based on a funded ADA revenue, which is the prior 3 years, or the average of the prior 3 years, and we're basing that off our demographic study provided by Davis Demographics, or now MGT. The funding addresses the needs of all the English learners, free and reduced price eligible students, foster youth. We also consider revenue that comes in for the mandated block grant at that rate's up there and projected to go up for a few years. Again, the restricted lottery funding at this point, it's stable. We don't have any more information about that. That'll be adjusted as we know it. So we're just keeping that at the same target through the 2 out years. We're looking at step and column also for employees as they move up and get longevity or move up in ranks, they acquire more education and training. And then continuing of the employer contribution rates with adjustments that we get from the pension funds. And of course, the state required restricted maintenance set aside equivalent to 3% of the general fund for each of those periods. So planning factors in a table form and just a few other, a little bit more data for each of the coming year and the 2 out years. And in that is our most important is the COLA. Those were slightly adjusted from the governor's proposed budget. We have projected enrollment down there. Again, that's based on our demographic study. We estimate our P2 ADA based on what we see. And our funded ADA, of course, that's based on the information we have over the average of the last 3 years. And that number is going to be a little bit higher because as that average, we're going in this slight decline, so we're usually funded a little bit higher than what we're actually seeing. We're basing this year's funding on certificated FTEs of 480 and a slight decline in the next few years. That, again, can be adjusted depending on what kind of funding comes in or what becomes available. And they're the CalPERS and STRS pension rates for the next few years. What that looks like in a pie chart is this year. So this is our general fund revenue, just the general fund, by the way. As you see, a large part of that is our LCFF revenue. That's $125,347,000. That's the bulk of what we get. Along with our state revenue comes in second up there, and then federal revenue between the two, and some local revenue. Those numbers, again, especially the federal one is, we'll see what happens, what's going on at the federal level. So a lot of the questions still. Other state revenue, it could change also depending on some of the final pieces that are being put together by the legislature. As of the other day, there was an agreement, I think, between each house had their own version of it, and now they switched sides and let the other one look at it. We might have a budget coming out sooner than I expected. But those revenues may change a little bit. If it's big enough, then we'll, of course, address that in the 45-day update in August. Expenses, for the most part, if you were to look at certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits, that's running into a large percentage of what we have. The rest is down to books and supplies, the other operating expenses, and capital outlay. The transfers, the two that say outgo and transfers out, these are exchanges between, again, the general fund and some of the other funds. So when we look at just the proposed general fund for next year, looking at the unrestricted and the restricted, this is what it looks like in table format. $152,320,055 is what we're looking at. That's roughly about, I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Now these are the expenditures. And the certificate expenditures, again, in table format. Now these expenditures are roughly running about where we were in about 2019 budget. We're coming in a little bit more revenue, but that's part of what we're looking at as we're coming out of COVID, and we have yet to see what's going to happen with the effect on the economy, the effect of federal revenue, and then of course, as Dr. Lynn pointed out, is that the state budget is drawn mainly by personal income taxes, and currently those are running ahead. But both corporate and sales taxes are lower. So there's an offset going on, or a little bit of a change, but it's putting us just slightly ahead of where the governor, the revised budget projected. Then the bottom few sections there will tell you about where we are, and the ending balance is going to be the most important. We're projecting that we'll expend a little bit more in unrestricted this year, $6.8 million. And a little bit less in the restricted funds, and for a total of almost 6.4 million that would be overspending this year. But it drops our ending balance down to 41,970,000. All right, the components of the funding ending fund balance. Now, in prior years, what we had to do was set aside some for commitments, or anything over the 10% cap. We had to set in commitments. We still have that there. And we projected out what that's going to look like or what that's looking like in this year, and then comparing it 25, 26, what our ending balance will look like and what the distribution will be. The out years, I left those to be determined because that's a lot's going to depend upon what happens. And if it's not required, we'd probably I'd make a resolution or pursue a resolution to change that and just free that up, because most likely we would be needing that for other purposes as we go down the line. That is in the out years. When we look at the other funds, we're down to, I'm just going to go right to the ending balance, which is the second last column. All the other funds are looking healthy and positive also. Adult ed funds, that's our second largest. Of course, the building fund is large as we issue funding for construction and modernization projects. And all in all, we're in a pretty good stead there. I'll just point out that variance for the building fund, of course, because the cost of those projects is a lot, and but these numbers will be updated as we go through the year, and we'll adjust those by the time we get to the first interim, and then again the second, and the estimated actuals come later in the year, depending on how fast projects move. So when we look at some factors to get some of those tables together, we're looking at all the LCAP. This is just the unrestricted general fund, by the way. Looking at the unrestricted general fund in the current and the out year for comparison, and then what the expenses are. You'll see how, if you just drop right down to that ending balance, you'll see how our ending balance is depleting over the next few years. Now, I'll point out that in our if you look at that proposed budget and compare what the expenses are just in the unrestricted fund for book supplies, services, other operating expenses, you'll see that there's a big drop. That's because that COVID money is disappearing, and a lot of the money that we had been using for, or it had initially targeted for operating expenses, now going to keep staff on board. That, of course, may change when we find out more about the economy. Governor gets taxes reports for the year. Los Angeles County was delayed because of the wildfires. And in fact, the governor's budget didn't really take that delay into account. Consequently, we're in this area where we're still basing a lot of our assumptions on a big chunk of missing information, because Los Angeles County produces about 25% of what the state's revenue is going to be for personal income taxes. Multi-year forecast looked another way.
Mr. Norton, I have a question regarding that.
Sure.
Just to clarify, you said that the governor's budget did not take into account that 6-month extension on the.
Correct. That's correct. You're
Okay.
right.
So for that, because I think my understanding is that's October is the deadline, right? October
That's-
15th. So we wouldn't have a full picture until then.
Correct. So come the first interim, so that should come out since it's October. The figures ought to come together pretty quick. We'd be getting a picture probably early November, which then should be incorporated into our first interim, sorry, not second interim, into the first interim, which you'll see in December. So by that time, we'll know that. And that in turn will also then play into the governor's proposed 26-27 budget, which will be coming out in a few weeks after that. All right.
All right. Thank you,
Let's hand it
David.
off to Mike.
So as David was talking about the deficit spending scenario that we're in, this slide presents the per pupil multi-year forecast in revenues and expenditures growth per pupil. Now, each of the bar graphs represents growth or at the rate of change in revenues or expenditures. Revenue growth is primarily driven by increases in LCFF funding, including both base and supplemental concentration grants, along with modest gains from COLAs, which rise from 1.07% in 24-25 to 3.42% in 27-28. However, expenditure growth continues to outpace revenue due to step and column increases, escalating pension contributions, inflation, insurance liabilities, and growing special education costs. This forecast underscores a structural imbalance, with rising cost pressures exceeding available new revenues, reinforcing the need for fiscal stabilization measures. Next slide, please. Okay. So on this slide, we present the district fiscal stabilization plan for 25-26, developed in response to a directive from the County Office of Education requiring a formal plan due to a projected 90.85% decline in the unrestricted general fund balance by 26-27, as presented in the second interim report. The fiscal stabilization plan is presented with the budget this evening, and the first reading of this plan is scheduled for tonight under agenda item F1. The primary goal of the fiscal stabilization plan is to eliminate the structural deficit while maintaining adequate reserves and safeguarding student services. The plan was introduced as an informational item this evening for board approval on June 18th, next Wednesday.
Dr. Lin, question for you.
Yes.
Is this normal practice by LACO to ask a school district with a positive certification to develop a fiscal stabilization plan?
It's normal for LACO to protect itself from the state because it is responsible for the 80 school districts that it serves. It is not normal under state law. If a school district is positively certified, there's no requirement to do this. LACO has an additional stipulation of if your ending balance is reduced by 60%, then it will require us to develop a fiscal stabilization plan, according to the second interim report. So a lot has changed since that snapshot in time. And so although we do have a positive certification, the fiscal stabilization plan is a proactive approach that reflects the district's commitment to preserving long-term fiscal solvency.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please, David. On this slide, this outlines a key strategy in the fiscal stabilization plan, reducing contractor and consultant costs to streamline operations and alleviate general fund pressure. The district will review all contracts, eliminate low impact or underutilized services, and shift appropriate work to internal staff where feasible. To ensure oversight, any new or renewed contracts will require cabinet level approval. This strategy is expected to generate projected savings of $3.5 million by prioritizing internal efficiency and reducing reliance on external services. On the next slide, this slide highlights our district's strategy to align staffing with declining enrollment and average daily attendance. To achieve this, the district will implement a hiring freeze for unrestricted funded positions, with exceptions requiring cabinet approval. Vacant non-essential positions will be eliminated, and the district will rely on attrition, retirements, and reassignments to avoid layoffs. Where possible, staff will be shifted to positions funded by restricted sources. These actions are projected to generate approximately $9.14 million in savings while maintaining stability and existing personnel. Okay, on the next slide.
So really quick comment.
Yes.
Going back to our previous discussion during the LCAP presentation, these are the steps that you are taking in order to stabilize our fiscal situation. The reality of anything that we may change would throw a wrench into all of this and may nullify some of the work that you're doing in order to keep LACO and the state at bay, even though we have a positive certification, but they're looking 3 years down the road saying your reserves are dropping by how many millions of dollars again?
Oh, significantly. I mean, there's a slide. Reserves are dropping, according to the second interim, over 90%, so we've exceeded 60%. Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Lin, can
Yes.
I have a question?
Yes.
On unrestricted general fund multi-year projection for 26, 27, you say the ending balance is $28 million approximately. So, but you say that, the reserve go down to $5.15 million for 26, 27. Could you explain to me? I kind of don't understand. On the unrestricted general fund multi-year projection.
Is it the components of the?
Yes.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So we're looking at this one. There was actually real estate on the right side, so I took liberty of graphing it, and then drawing those trend lines. So there, yes, the ending balance is one of the key. I mean, it is for me the key item, right? So
Yeah.
for 27-28, we're looking at ending balance, restricted and unrestricted, of $14.6 million combined. That is correct. That includes the 3% reserve for economic uncertainties.
So you say, so how about the $5.15 million? How you apply 26, 27? How you arrive at that number?
5 point.
Yeah, where are you at? I'm lost too. Can somebody show me where we're at?
Which bullet point?
Which page, or they're not
The
numbered?
fiscal
so-
stabilization 25, 26.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. So the one with the stacked. I should label this. Yeah.
Where?
All right. That's what I'm going to do next time.
Which page are we on, or where?
So are we looking at
Oh,
this
the
one?
rocks? Okay,
The rocks?
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason, you say that, from $56.19 million
yeah.
to 5.15
Yes.
to 26, 27. But I see it,
Yeah.
unrestricted general fund multi-year projection, I saw $28 million. So
Right.
can you explain to me,
Oh, the difference there? Yes.
Yeah.
So that figure came from the second interim report.
Mm-hmm.
The other slide is the budget, which is the most recent. So the rationale for the fiscal stabilization
Mm-hmm.
that LACO used to require that we develop a fiscal stabilization was to use our second interim numbers. And so those numbers right there came
Mhm.
from the second interim. Those numbers are already stale.
Okay, so
I
no
put
good.
it in mainly because it was the rationale
Mhm.
LACO used to require us to develop the plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Great eyes. You caught the difference.
Yes, so that's why, there's a difference. Okay.
Yes.
Another question is, how many positions you expect from attrition, like retirement?
Yes.
Or, that number, how you arrive at that number, based on what?
Yes. So the number of attrition also depends on some tools that we have and we can use for persuading attrition, for persuading retirement. This year we used the early tell incentives. It wasn't that big, but we have other tools such as early retirement incentives that we can explore. So we're looking at this point, 33 FTEs, 19 of which have already been board approved. Those are the temporary positions on March 5th that the board has already approved. So 19 of those 33. And then the remaining 14, 8 of which have been early tells. And then we have also shifted positions from schools to fill vacancies. So those are some miscellaneous positions that, I shouldn't say, no positions miscellaneous, but numbers that add up to a total of 33.
Okay, so what the worst case analysis, I don't want to create panic, but what the, if layoff or rifts have to be happen, so what the worst case, we don't know, right?
Yeah. At this point, we're still very early. So the plan originally, when we did the second interim, was to have a budget advisory committee with multiple stakeholders, a cross-section of our community, representatives that serve on this committee, produce a plan, a fiscal stabilization plan, by December of this year. When we submitted the second interim, the county said, oh no, you have to do the fiscal stabilization plan with the budget. So then we were cut short, months. So this budget, along with the fiscal stabilization plan, is a placeholder. It's like a MOU for the time being with LACO. While we have time from now till December to really get stakeholder input, to develop a realistic plan, submit it to the board by January. So December, we should have a plan, present it to the board in January. That gives the board about 2 to 3 months before March 15th to really take those recommendations from this committee.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the timeline. Okay.
So worst case scenario, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Worst case scenario right now, our worst case scenario is that we have like those 6 positions, right? After there's 6 positions, right?
So we, the 19 positions, temporary positions.
There was
eliminate?
33 FTEs,
Yeah.
19 were temporary positions
Right.
that the board already approved.
14.
That leaves you 14.
Right.
And then 8 were early tells for retirement.
Right.
That's 6 positions.
Yes.
8 plus 6 is 14,
Yes.
right, Kui? Math,
Right. And we're spending down using the ending balance to spend it down. Now, one of the important points about the ending balance is when we got these one-time funds from the state, COVID funds, we're not supposed to hold on to them.
Right.
But given the uncertainties also in the last few years following COVID and the governor's wisdom of, allocating most of his budget in one-time funds as opposed to ongoing, is really to buffer, helping school districts buffer future unknowns like this, right? Now, we usually don't spend one-time funds on people, but the requirement was learning loss, right? Closing those gaps. So we cannot not spend on people. But at the same time, now we're at a point where funding is a lagging indicator to what the economy is doing. So I'll give you an example. When the economy is doing well, we don't get funded right away. We get funded after taxes are collected. Likewise, when we get that one-time COVID, we can't spend it right away. It takes us a while to spend it. But the requirement is that we spend it. And that's what I've been explaining to our credit monitoring. Today I met with Moody's to look at our credit score, district credit score, is we are required to spend these one-time funds. And when we spend it down, it looks like, whoa, you're deficit spending. So those 6 positions, we are deficit spending. So we cannot not spend on people to implement programs. So I don't know, I'm using the double negatives to explain things, but we must spend this money down. But the fiscal stabilization at this point is a good starting point, proactive starting point, to stabilize the finances and make cuts away from the classroom as much as possible. Okay? So the alignment right there, the goal, of course, is not to throw a monkey wrench into that, but make sure that the gears are aligned, that we're running efficiently. And that's one of the prime directives for business services, efficiency and effectiveness. So on the next slide, David. Okay, so on this slide, we plan to maximize one-time restricted funds to reduce general fund pressure. And, that goes to Trustee Padilla's question about the 6 remaining, right? We are heavily using the one-time learning recovery emergency block grant to support academic interventions, tutoring, wellness services, and offsetting staff costs where permissible. And then we're also using the Arts, Music, and Instructional Materials Grant, the AMIM grant, to fund VAPA supplies, instructional supports, technology needs, and also the increase in retirement costs, right? We are allowed to do that. This strategic deployment of remaining one-time state funds is expected to offset $18.58 million in general fund expenditures. So that is helping to fill in that gap, okay? And then on the next slide.
Just really quick,
yes.
if I could make a comment, Mr. Briones. Just to be clear, on the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant and the Arts and Music Instructional Material Grant, if you had not gotten creative in moving some of these dollars to different places, we would not be talking about 6 FTEs that we were losing. We would be losing like a big number like Pasadena Unified School District and the Santa Ana Unified School District. And it's something that I've talked about and harped on. And I've been like, Dr. Lin, we better not be one of those districts that come out in the news that all of a sudden, when I hear that in the news, it's like, where the hell was the CBO or the Assistant Sup of Business Services? How did that happen that massively?
Right. So this is like an off-ramp for us. And we're using it very strategically to dampen the effects, but also the state expects us to use it. So we are using it appropriately and creating those plans that give us that flexibility. And I thank the board for approving those plans. And I thank Ed Services for helping with the collaboration piece on how to spend this and shift some of the general fund costs to these more restricted costs. Okay, next slide, Dave. So no plan is without accountability or timeline. So the general, in a nutshell, timeline and accountability is, so we're aiming to maintain the 3% reserve in 25-26 and conduct regular budget and multi-year projection reviews. Progress will be monitored through monthly cabinet director updates and ongoing board reports. Key milestones include eliminating the structural deficit and maintaining positive budget certification by June 2026, with full utilization of a MIM and LREBG, which is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, scheduled by June 2026 and June 2028, respectively. These measures ensure transparency and accountability throughout the stabilization process. This is, the first reading of the fiscal stabilization plan. It's a presentation of the fiscal stabilization plan, and the first reading is scheduled tonight under agenda item F1. Okay, on the next slide, David. This slide provides a year-at-a-glance overview of the district's key budget checkpoints for 25-26. David mentioned earlier that the first interim will be submitted to LACO by December 15th, capturing data as of October 31st, Halloween. The proposed budget presented today, of course, hopefully for adoption by the 18th, next Wednesday. Second interim due March 16th, based on data as of January 31st. And you might notice, why is it March 16th and not March 15th? It's because March 15th is a Sunday. And I've updated this to make sure that it doesn't fall on a Sunday. It is due on the 16th. But we should have everything done before that in advance. We also plan to have a budget study session so that, the date is TBD. Last year, I know it was in October. So in total, we should have 4 updates throughout this year, this coming fiscal year, just so that we have transparency, for the public as well. This timeline ensures timely monitoring and adjustment to the district's financial position throughout the year. But before I conclude, I would like to take a quick moment to publicly recognize Mr. David Norton, our Director of Fiscal Services, who will be retiring on July 7th. Over the years, Mr. Norton has provided steady, thoughtful leadership across payroll, accounting, and fiscal operations. His professionalism, meticulous attention to detail, and unwavering commitment to our schools and staff have made a lasting impact on our students and our district as a whole. I offer my sincere thanks and best wishes for a joyful and well-deserved retirement.
Thank you all. Thank you very much, everyone.
Now, that said, we're not letting him go just yet. I've confirmed with David earlier that he'll be here next week on June 17th, 11:30 a.m. And I'm sharing this now just to make sure that he's not caught off guard or take a sick day by any celebration we might have planned. Okay?
Yes, yes.
All right. So at this point, both David and I would like to entertain any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Thank you, David, for your dedication to our district, and thank you for contributing to some of that attrition we just talked about, at least for the short term. But no, seriously, thank you for all your hard work. You've been around for quite some time. As long as I've been on the board, you've been the numbers person here. And it's because of your diligent work, working with our then CBO, now our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, and the rest of the cabinet, that we've managed to get to where we are now, fiscally speaking. And it's because of your prudence that we've kept that bear at bay, so to speak. With that being said, are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? I will start, as always, on my left with Trustee Nguyen.
And just thank you, Dr. Lin and Mr. Norton, for the wonderful presentation. Very informative. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Trustee Padilla.
Yeah, just David Norton, thank you. You've always been such a classy person in that business department, and you had to adjust to a new boss, and you just did it so eloquently, always very meticulous, like Board President Briones said. It's truly, it's been truly awesome to work with you. Your calm demeanor, and no matter what, you don't get frazzled. And I just want to wish you the best in your retirement and the next chapter in your life. And you won't have to worry about these kinds of numbers anymore. You can do some other stuff. And I just want to commend you for the work that you've done. Thank you so much. Also to Dr. Lin, thank you for your leadership as well. And you guys have been a great pair to work with. And I appreciate both of you. But I do have one question. I know tonight we read the presentation on the Local Control Accountability Plan and the proposed budget for 25-26. Director Mesita Echeverria was here. And then, the county directed the Assistant Superintendent Services in El Monte Union High School District to come up with the stabilization plan. How do these two documents tie, just for transparency for the public to understand, the difference between an LCAP and then the numbers here in the stabilization plan that the LACO, the Los Angeles County Office of Education, directed you to do? How do those two play into each other in the big picture and in the little picture?
Yes, we had a lot of collaboration. I have photo evidence of that collaboration between our two departments, knowing that, I like to take photos, especially of our hardworking staff. Now, Mrs. Echeverria presented the $2 million, gap that we need to fill. That's going to be a challenge, even though LCAP talks about the restricted portions of our funding. LCAP itself we're looking at goals, actions, services for all of our students. So it is like our strategic plan. And the goal for business and budgeting, fiscal, is to assign those resources to meet those goals. So that we're hand in hand. We have to be in that collaboration. The fiscal stabilization plan, yes. Even though initially I was hit with that letter from the county, like, wait, why are we're positively certified. We can control this, right? But then on the flip side, it gives us a very proactive approach. It really puts focus on, okay, what are we need to really start looking at this. We can't wait till December or wait till the committee. So in a way, we're jumpstarting the process and at least giving the first draft to the committee once we have that committee started this summer or when the summer's over, when folks come back. So we have something to present and then get input. So there's that proactivity involved.
Excellent. So one final comment. So so if this board directed you to go back and, fix the stabilization plan and save, a counseling position at South El Monte High School, I'm sure that between you and Ms. Edith Echeverria, you would be able to handle that if the board gave that directive. Would that be a yes answer, no, or a maybe? You make the big bucks. You control all of our money in our school district. And Mr. Padilla does not mince his words. You make exactly $211,354. So if this board directed you to go and get creative, is that something that you would be able to do or not?
The answer is yes. The board as a collective gives strategic direction priority. LCAP sets the goals based on those priorities, and business puts those resources, right, to meet those goals.
Thank you,
That's the
Assistant
sequence.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your direct answer. Sometimes when I would ask this questions like very direct questions like this in the past, I'd get this. I appreciate your professionalism and just being blunt and saying yes or no. Thank you very much. No further comments.
Trustees Galavis and Guzman don't have any comments. I will conclude the presentation comment section by thanking you both for your presentation. I did appreciate your explanation about the LCAP and the budget, how they work together. I actually was contacted by a trustee in a neighboring district who was brand new to their board, who was like us going through this process as well. And so they were asking about the process of approving the LCAP and approving the budget, how they were literally the same question, how do they go hand in hand? You know, do they have to be done on the same night? And so I was explaining the process here, and I said, you know, there's a general way of doing things. You guys may tweak it a little bit, but the way I explained it to them was, as you shared, the LCAP is really the what, and the budget is the how. These are our wants. This is how we're going to pay for it. You know, yeah, if the board gave direction to do something, obviously that's what the board is here to do. However, we do have to be cognizant of the fact that we hire professional staff to do the work. And based on the needs of the organization, the resources that are available, the enrollment numbers, and the breakdown of those numbers based on each high school, you know, that's what dictates or should dictate where those resources get allocated. And so I'm not comfortable micromanaging staff decisions based on a very short conversation. I think you know, it's good to have these discussions, and I think it's a healthy discourse. However, I think that the work has already been put into this process. We've gotten input from all of our stakeholders, parents, students, teachers. You've done the work. You and David have done the work, you know, with the budget and all these assumptions. And they are assumptions. These numbers are still very much imaginary. The state, the legislature has not approved a budget yet. And even when they do, it is a framework of a budget, and those trailer bills come later that fill in those numbers. We haven't even discussed, I mean, we touched on Prop 98 and how it was mostly spared, but once again, the governor has introduced another maneuver for the second year that takes about $1.3 billion out of the Prop 98 funding formula that will impact us later on. Our association, the California School Boards Association, is currently litigating against the governor and the Department of Finance for last year's Prop 98 maneuver. And if we, through some poor reason, lose that lawsuit, that'll change funding, the formula for the next 2 years. And if we litigate and lose the case for this year's, the second maneuver, the second Prop 98 maneuver, it'll again further impact that funding formula for the next 2 years, which means we'll receive less funding based on the formula that's in place now. And as a reminder to everyone, Prop 98 is the floor, not the ceiling. It is the minimum level of funding guaranteed by the California Constitution for public education, for K through 12, or K through 14. So we need to do our jobs and advocate to the governor, to the legislature, to not move forward with that maneuver again. And I will bring this up during roundtable at the end of the meeting because it is an ask that I will have. But thank you again for the presentation. Look forward to having you back next week for the final adoption. And, David, enjoy your retirement. Well deserved.
Before you end, can I make a comment?
Very quickly.
Okay, very quickly. So I don't feel that it's micromanaging. I think that we got elected to make these tough decisions. And, when you say that you're micromanaging staff, I don't think so. And I'll tell you what I told Dr. Zuniga. Dr. Zuniga, and I've said this to you to your face, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't mean it disrespectful. I said, I get it. You're Dr. Edward Zuniga. You're a very intelligent man, have way more schooling than me, right? But I have a little bit of brains too. I'm not always going to agree with you. Have I said that to you or not? And we've had some of the richest conversations where I don't agree with him, and it gets like this, like, no, I disagree with you, Dr. Zuniga. And then he'll push back and tell me, Mr. Padilla, look at it from this perspective. I don't feel that I'm micromanaging him. I feel that our relationship has flourished to another level that we didn't have when he was a rookie board member, or when I was a rookie superintendent, and when I was a rookie board member. And I think we've grown from that, and it's that I don't always agree with him, and we hear all of these perspectives. So that's just what I want to say. I don't look at it as micromanaging, but I get it. That is your opinion, and I heard you, but I just wanted to say that it's tough to sit here and make some of these decisions. Like, we all learned that our job as board members is we can hire and fire the superintendent. We need to protect the budget, and then we create the policy. We've learned all that. You know what I mean? But I'm not always going to agree with staff. Like, I have brains too. I can do my own research. I get criticized for being a Democrat, and they're like, dude, you got to think for yourself. Go research it. I do. I go research it. I go do that. So that's my 2 cents. No further comments, Mr. Briones.
Thank you. Moving right along to our consent agenda. Consent agenda is items that are routine in nature. At this time, I will ask if there are any items that a member would like to hold for discussion. Trustee Nguyen?
None.
Thank you. Trustee Padilla?
I just want to comment on 4. I don't want to pull them or nothing. I just want to comment on 4 of them.
Well, because it's all one vote, do you just want to make comments on it right now?
Yeah, I'll just do it right now.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to commend our board, and I want to commend our staff for ensuring that the needs of our special education students are addressed. Tonight we're approving on consent agenda for us to consider the approval to enter into an agreement with paralegal guardians of special education students to provide home-to-school transportation for their children during the 25-26 school year. Special ed, great. The next one is regular e-consent agenda item number 21. Consider approval of the memorandum of understanding between the El Monte Union High School District and Downey Montebello SELPA to provide services for students, again, with special needs. Also on the agenda tonight is item 22. Consider approval of contract between the El Monte Union High School District and Emergis Healthcare Staffing, Incorporating, doing business as Emergis Educational Staffing, Inc., to provide support services to disabled students with exceptional needs for the 25-26 school year. In addition, consider approval of amendment number 1 to the agreement between El Monte Union High School District and Applied Behavior Analysis Consultation. I just want to commend our board for continuing to meet the needs of our special education population, despite all the fear that's in Washington and the threat of cutting our special ed and determining where that department's going to go to. We will still be committed to the needs of our students that have IEPs, individualized education plans. And for that, I just want to commend my board. Just like we defend English language learners, we continue and will continue to defend the needs of special education students. No further comments on the e-consent agenda. If I may, I'll move to approve.
Well, hold on. We've got other folks. I got to ask. On the first item, what number did you say was, just for the record?
It was items 10,
10, gotcha.
21, 22, and 23.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Galaviz? No items? Dr. Guzman?
No items.
No items, and I have no items. So at this time, it would be appropriate to accept a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted.
I move to approve the consent agenda as permitted.
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Dr. Galaviz, seconded by Trustee Padilla. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, consent agenda is approved. Moving right along to our regular agenda. Item number 1, it's the first reading of the El Monte Union High School District Fiscal Stabilization Plan for 2025-26, including draft resolution for future adoption. Dr. Zuniga or Dr. Lin?
Thank you, President Briones. This is the first reading of the fiscal stabilization plan as was previously presented under D1, along with the first draft of the resolution for future adoption.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members on the first reading of the fiscal stabilization plan? Seeing none, we will bring it back for adoption next week. Moving along to item number 2, consider approval of the notice of completion for the Arroyo High School Track and Field Project, bid number 2022-2023 B1. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Galaviz. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 2, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 2 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 3, consider approval of the notice of completion for the Almani High School Track and Field Project. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Galaviz. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 3, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 3 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 4, consider approval of the notice of completion for the Mount View High School Track and Field Project, bid number 2022-2023 B1. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
I second.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman, seconded by trustee Dr. Galaviz. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 4 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 5, consider approval of the notice of completion for the Rosemead High School Gymnasium HVAC project, bid number 2023-24 B5. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by trustee Nguyen. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by trustee Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 5, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 5 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 6, consider award of bid number 2024-25 B10, deferred maintenance district-wide HVAC replacement project to DeKaiser Investment Incorporated, DBA, or doing business as Beach Air. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I have a question.
Is there a second on the item for discussion?
Yeah, for discussion, yeah.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Discussion, go ahead, Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah. On this item, the economy air conditioning bidding base is 489,220. So usually we choose the lowest bidder. But so why we choose Kaiser? That my question is.
So public contract codes, there are two items, two requirements. One is lowest bid price is a factor, and the other is they have to be responsive. In this case, economy air wasn't responsive, so we have to go with the second.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
Thank you. So the item has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 6, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 6 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 7, consider award of RFP number 2024-25 P11 Facilities Master Plan Update to Perkins Eastman Architects DPC. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 7, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 7 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 8, consider approval for authorization to make appropriation transfers at school year end of 2024-25. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Galaviz. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 8, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 8 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 9, consider approval of change order number 1 with Los Angeles Engineering Incorporated for the Almani High School Track and Field Project. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Discussion. One comment for myself. Just want to share that this is actually refunded a little over $10,000, correct? Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 9, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 9 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 10, consider approval of contract agreement between the Almani Union High School District and the Los Angeles County Office of Education, or LACO, for fiscal year 2025 to 2030 Best Advantage and HR System Maintenance and Support. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by trustee Nguyen. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Guzman. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 10, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 10 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 11, consider approval of service contract between Admentium Education and the Amani Union High School District for online curriculum. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I motion to approve.
Moved by trustee Dr. Guzman. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 11, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 11 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 12, consider approval of contract agreement between the Amani Union High School District and Stukent. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Stukent Incorporated to provide Business U courseware and Stukent Simton.
What is that?
Oh, yeah.
What's a
Simulated
symptomship?
I feel like I'm dreaming and I'm not able to read. To the business management pathway at Rosemead High School. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by trustee Nguyen. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Guzman. Any discussion?
What's a symptomship?
Dr. Rivas?
It's a simulated internship, so students would be able to apply online, kind of respond to real world situations, but it's not an actual internship. It simulates it.
I had a question, Dr. Rivas. One, how did we come into contact with Stukent in the first place? Who approached who, or how did we?
It's the teachers in the pathways in the CTE programs that are continuously looking for resources to support their programs. So this is part of that CTE program, and usually the teachers spearhead a lot of that work.
Okay, I was just curious because I'm familiar with them, but just I was curious how we ended up. But it was the teachers. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I'm just reading this. It's like, okay, it's a portmanteau of simulation and internship. Okay.
I thought Stukin was like, hey, they misspelled student. You know, when I first looked at it, my iCat caught that. You know, like, what?
All right. If there's no further discussion, item number 12 has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 12 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 13, consider approval of the contract agreement between the Amani Union High School District and Dance Music Initiatives to provide South Amani High School students personalized disc jockey or DJ curriculum, instruction, and hands-on activities.
Move to approve.
Moved by trustee Padilla. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 13, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 13 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 14, consider approval of skilled nursing pharmacy joint venture training agreement for pharmacy technician student externships at the Amani Rosemead Adult School. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by trustee Padilla. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 14, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 14 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 15, consider approval of resolution number 41-24/25, requesting the Board of Supervisors of Los Angeles County to establish tax rate for Measure HS bond of the Amani Union High School District expected to be sold during fiscal year 2025-2026 and authorizing necessary actions and connections therewith. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by trustee Nguyen. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by trustee Padilla. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 15, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item 15 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 16, consider approval of resolution number 42-24/25 for Juneteenth Celebration Day. I would like to make the motion on this item. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Galaviz. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 16, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 16 is approved by 5-0 vote. Item number 17, consider approval of resolution number 43-24/25, authorizing the issuance of Amani Union High School District, Los Angeles County, California, election of 2018 general obligation bonds, Series D, and actions related thereto. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by trustee Nguyen. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Guzman. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 17, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 17 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 18, consider approval of stipulated expulsion agreement for the expulsion of a student from Mountain View High School. Is there a motion to approve the stipulated expulsion agreement? Moved by trustee
Move to
Padilla.
approve. Sorry, my mic was off.
Moved by trustee Padilla. Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Seconded by trustee Dr. Guzman. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item 18, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Item 18 is approved. Sorry. Yeah, item 18 is approved. Seeing that there are none, item 18 is approved by 5-0 vote. Sorry, it's getting late, or way late. Moving on to item number 19, consider approval of memorandum of understanding, or MOU, between the Almani Union Education Association, or EMUHSD, and the Almani Union High School District to change the summer school compensation rate for the 2025 summer school session. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
Moved by trustee Nguyen. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by trustee Padilla. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 19, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 19 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 20, consider approval of Fourth Amendment to Employment Agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Is there a
Move
motion
to approve.
Moved by trustee Padilla. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Any discussion?
Just a comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Just again, thank you. I cannot reiterate my my being appreciative of all that you guys do, and you're extended in a million directions, and you got a whole district here, and just thank you. I cannot thank you enough. And again, you guys going to all those events throughout the entire district and sitting with us, you're right there in the front lines, walking the walk and talking the talk. So thank you for that. No further comments, Mr. Briones.
Thank you, trustee Padilla. Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, item number 20 has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving item 20, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 20 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item 21, consider approval of Third Amendment to Employment Agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Is there a motion to approve this item?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Moved by trustee Dr. Galaviz, seconded by trustee Padilla. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving item number 21, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 21 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item 22, consider approval of First Amendment to Employment Agreement for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Move to approve.
Moved by trustee Padilla. Is there a second?
I second.
Seconded by trustee Nguyen. Any discussion?
Comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you. When I ask you a yes and no question, that you answer it. That has not always been the case in that position. I would ask yes and no questions, and I get the runaround, and that irritated me so much. It was refreshing to get a direct answer of yes, it can be done, or it cannot be done. No further comments.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, the item has been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving item number 22, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item 22 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item 23, consider approval of Ninth Amendment to Employment Agreement for the Superintendent. I would like to move to approve this item. Is there a second?
I'll second the
second.
motion.
Seconded by trustee Padilla. Any discussion?
Comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Just thank you. Thank you for your leadership. You know, you and I used to not see eye to eye, but over those 11 years, our relationship has gone to a different level. We have a friendship aside from the board, but when it comes to business, I have a high respect for you. The community respects you. All of us, your bosses, respect you. And you too walk the walk and talk the talk, and you do it in a very classy way. Your demeanor, your open door policy, the warmth that you show whenever you talk to anybody, whether it's a teacher, a classified employee, everybody says that behind your back. You know, they talk about you, and for that, I commend you. Thank you for being our superintendent of the Almani Union High School District. I say that with a lot of pride. No further comments.
Thank you, trustee Padilla. Any other discussion, comments? I just want to chime in and say, kind of piggyback on Mr. Padilla's comments. Thank you for being our superintendent. I was reading the item when the agenda was first posted, or before it got posted, and I was reviewing it, and I saw that this was the 9th amendment to your contract, and it's like, That doesn't happen very frequently. You know, we all know the average lifespan of a superintendent. So to have the 9th Amendment speaks volumes. So thank you for being who you are and sticking it out with us and tolerating us.
Yep.
If there's no further discussion on item 23, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of approving the item, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, item number 23 is approved by a 5-0 vote. Item number 24, review, discuss, and revise board policies in the 5,000 series. First reading. Any comments or questions from the board?
None.
None? Okay, we'll bring it back for adoption at a future meeting. Item 25, review, discuss, and revise Administrative Regulation 6158, independent study. First reading. Any comments or questions?
Just a comment, I'd just like to thank our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Thank you on the memo for explaining the different types of independent study that we have in our district. I appreciated that.
Any further comments or discussion? Seeing none, first reading, so we'll bring it back for adoption at a future meeting. Okay, that concludes our regular agenda. Moving on to roundtable and closure of meeting. Item number 1, topic or issues to be brought forward for future agenda items. Mr. Nguyen?
I just want to bring regarding the textbook adoption, the math textbook is very critical. We got, we don't want any regret. So if we can, bring it up either in the form of war memo or study session, so keep all of our board members informed of what, going on, what's happening.
Thank you. Any other items?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Trustee Padilla?
Just one thing, during the time that we were giving the checks, different organizations were giving checks. I'm not sure how your organization does it, Mr. Briones, but I know for us, we wrote the check directly to the students and then they're able to cash it wherever they want. I know at one of the schools I got like questions like, hey, can you make it out to my parents? And my foundation said, no, we have to make it directly out to you. But one of the things that came up, and I was talking about this with the representative from Longo Toyota, is that we discovered that many of our students do not have bank accounts. And that was kind of a challenge that they had. And I thought, hey, we have that U.S. Bank we're one of the 5 districts in the California that have U.S. banks. Maybe that's something that we need to look into in helping our students, open up some accounts, and then that way we're not dealing with a little bit of that. I mean, I don't know how many did not. I don't have numbers, but I told Brooke that I would bring it up to the board and see if that's something that we need to look at or a need that we could fulfill with the bank that we have. Take it however you may, if you want to bring it back, or I don't know, survey our students, I don't know.
I guess I would say, maybe if we can have
You can inquire whether they're able to access the U.S. bank accounts from other schools into that. I know that Monte kids can.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they would allow other students within our district to have that direction.
Or maybe have like if we can, an informational session or an initiative to have the students open up accounts. Because to answer your question,
did you have that problem too?
We haven't had that problem, but to answer your question about what we do at the Women's Club, years ago, we would write the check to the institution that they were attending.
Yeah.
But what we realized is that would cut into their financial aid in some cases.
Yep.
So what we started to do after checking with our tax advisor was that we could actually write it directly to the student.
Yeah.
And they could decide how to use it. Without it eating into their financial aid assistance. So, but I think that's a good point. If Union Bank is able to,
I think Sergio, isn't that his name, Sergio?
I can inquire. Yeah, I'll talk to Sergio. I'll have one of the admin folks see if we can touch base and set up a meeting with them.
Remove a barrier for our students. And I know Brooke told me another thing, Mr. Briones, but I don't remember what the second thing was. It's too late and I'll ask. But there was something else that she said, hey, can you guys help? I said, I'll bring it up to my board.
Got it. Thank you. Any other items?
No other items.
Thank you. Trustee Dr. Galaviz?
Yeah, I would like for us to discuss graduation rates, especially since we were on such a rich discussion with counselors. I have taken a look at our graduation rates, and I do think there's room for growth there. So if we can talk about graduation rates and what we're doing to mitigate that and get those graduation rates up. But I was hoping we could talk about that when we have our admin board leadership day, if that can be a focus, because I do think there's a lot of work that can be happening in the counseling/guidance office to support students in our graduation rates in our schools.
At the board retreat in August. Okay, got it.
Yes, sorry, board retreat.
Thank you. Any other items? And if there's no objection from the board. Okay. Moving on to Dr. Guzman.
Yeah, I had a comment and a request for Dr. Zuniga. Over the summer, I know summer schools, not all students are attending summer school, but to continue to do Know Your Rights presentations, Dr. Zuniga, or other resources over the summer, because I know it's going to be, it's already a very stressful last couple of days, and I don't know that it's going to get any better in terms of the stress and everything that's going on. So if we can continue to partner either with the city or with other school districts and continue to support our parents, our families, and Know Your Rights. And I think one of the comments was how to practically use, exercise their rights. One thing is to have the card, have the knowledge, but not really understand in practice how to do that. And so if we can, over the summer, offer something, that would be really appreciated.
Absolutely. I'm already working on that. So we have a date scheduled at Mountain View High School. It's not till July, it's the first week of July. I believe it's July 8th. We're partnering with LACO, who's also partnering with Office of Immigration Affairs, and Caresen, C-A-R-E-C-E-N.
Caresen.
Yeah, those entities are partnering, and they've selected 4 regions, and El Monte is one of them. So the other one would be South LA, San Fernando Valley, and Antelope Valley too. So I offered Mountain View High School. It's a setting where it's in the cafetorium, indoors, nice facility, air conditioning too. And I'm the first one. We're the first ones to offer this from the 4 regions, so very excited. So they will have that campaign started, and we'll piggyback up our BMA, but also probably send a letter home personally to families, because also I know it's a sensitive issue. If I get the message out there too much, then also it can affect us too. So we want to be sensitive to that and try to do it strategically as well.
And if we...
Public meeting, but I'm saying it out loud. This is what we're doing. We want to support our families, and ultimately, we're going to do the best we can to navigate that. But we have all of that state set up.
And if we could have, like we did the first Know Your Rights workshop at El Monte High School, an online stream for folks who can't make it out or are unsure about showing up in person?
Yes, most likely we'll request, and I think it'd be fine because they allowed us to do it last time, and we can stream it district-wide as well.
Thank you. And do you have any other items, Dr. Guzman? Thank you. Okay, and I did want to share that Dr. Zuniga and I worked on a statement that was emailed out yesterday about any immigration enforcement activities that are taking place in the area and resources that are available to folks. So thank you, Dr. Zuniga and VMA for working on that and sending it out. And the only item that I have is going back to our budget discussion, comments that I made about Prop 98. I hope everyone is checking their email regularly. We did receive an action alert from CSBA yesterday, middle of the day. So they're asking school board members and school districts to send a letter or an email to the governor and to the state legislature to not support what we're calling the second Prop 98 maneuver. So I'm asking my colleagues if you guys could please respond to that action alert and send there's a template that they provide, but also if there's consensus to have Dr. Zuniga submit a letter on behalf of the district as well. If there's no objection to that, then Dr. Zuniga, if you'll respond to that. Okay. I have no further items for roundtable. At this time, the board will not reconvene into closed session, so we will move on to reporting out from closed session. Mr. Legal Counsel, if you'll please report out from closed session.
Mr. President, with reference to the agenda, section A2, subsection A, no final action was taken. Subsection B, with 4 to 1 votes, Mr. Padilla opposed. The board appointed Oscar Gomez as assistant principal, El Monte Rosemead Adult School. Item C, D, and E, no final action was taken, and that concludes the readout from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Legal Counsel. Before we adjourn, I do have one memoriam that I want to read out tonight. I'd like to, if there's no objection from the board, I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of one of our beloved classified employees, Mr. Richard Lee, who was a longtime bus driver for the El Monte Union High School District. Richard Lee was a beloved and dedicated member of the Amani Union High School District Transportation family for nearly 4 decades. He began his service in 1978 and remained a constant and valued presence until his retirement in 2017 after 39 years of unwavering commitment. And I want to share that 4 of those years were while I was a student, and he was our bus driver for marching band and field show band in Mountain View. And we got to know Mr. Lee very well because his family also worked for our district, and his granddaughters were students at Mountain View High School and at South Almani. And I got to know them very well. Known for his professionalism and warm demeanor, Richard was someone you could always count on, greeting everyone with a smile and a kind word. Beyond his role in transporting students safely, he took a genuine interest in their experiences, enthusiastically supporting athletic teams on their way to victory, and offering words of comfort in time of loss. Richard's legacy in the Amani Union High School District extends beyond his own career. His wife also proudly retired from the district. She was a guidance office clerk for many years at Mountain View. And his daughter and granddaughter continue to serve as current employees. His impact on our community will be felt for years to come, and he will be deeply missed by all who had the honor of working alongside him. Our deepest sympathies go out to Mr. Lee's family, friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. His presence touched many lives, and while he will be profoundly missed, his memory will live on in our hearts. Colleagues, if there's no objection, I ask that we adjourn tonight's meeting in Mr. Lee's memory. It is now 12:29, and we are adjourned.